Alrighty, welcome back everybody to our latest severe weather coverage. I hope everybody's having a good afternoon thus far. Happy Mother's Day, and we are actually covering a severe weather outbreak that is taking place right now across Texas, and we even have severe weather in other states like Louisiana, Mississippi. We even had some severe storms over there in Arkansas today, and we do in fact have a tornado warning in effect right now in parts of central Texas, and a bunch of very serious severe storms that are happening right now that might impact your Mother's Day. So we're going to be talking all about what's happening out there, what is to come, and what we're going to be talking about in terms of the risk of severe weather for tonight. I do want to begin though first with that tornado warning that is currently in effect. This is not in North Texas, but it is south of Winters, which is in central Texas, north of Bolinger. The reason why this is concerning, I wouldn't say is because of a tornado, because personally, I do not think there's much of a tornado risk with this storm. The rotation has been pretty broad, and this is also a fairly outflow dominant thunderstorm at this moment. There might be something there that it's been a little bit contaminated with all the hail that we have, but the big concern is, notice the hailstone size right here. That is 4-inch diameter hail that is currently falling with this supercell right now near Runnels County, Texas. This is just outside of Bolinger. So this is producing grapefruit sized hail and also a risk of 70+ mph damaging winds. So this is a very serious supercell that is currently ongoing, and it will be producing a serious risk of hail, wind, and maybe even an isolated tornado here as it continues to track towards Coleman, Valera, and then down the line going towards Brownwood, Texas. So if you live here near Bolinger, you definitely need to be taking shelter right now and putting as many walls between you from the outside as possible, as this is going to be a very dangerous hailstorm. In addition to that, there is a possibility that we could see a tornado with this. It is coming up right now in the Texas 382 roadway, and then eventually going towards US Highway 67 here over the next several minutes. There's a large line of thunderstorms that is right now developing all across central and even west Texas. We got this large area of thunderstorms right now near San Angelo, Big Lake, and north of Ozona, and this is all currently producing a risk of damaging winds around 60 to 70 miles per hour. There's also risk of some large to very large hail with this activity. Right now, the most concerning storm, though, is this one near Bolinger. In the town of Bolinger, we got to hope that this hail core stays off to your north, because otherwise, this is going to go right into, or sorry, this is Bollinger. Is it Bollinger? I think it's Bollinger, something like that. Bollinger, though, just north of you guys, we have a very giant hail core right now producing 4-inch sized hail, and there is a risk that this could drop a little bit more down to the south and perhaps even impact the town. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on you guys. We also have severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing southwest of Dallas-Fort Worth. A bunch of lightning on these storms, by the way. These are moving towards Hamilton, Gatesville, Waco, and McGregor, mostly producing a damaging wind and large hail threat. I do think the tornado risk is going to be pretty low with this activity, but it isn't zero. So if you live down there near Waco or north of Killeen, we definitely need to be staying on alert. This storm right now is producing tennis ball sized hail, by the way. So we have another giant hailstorm right now near Hico and Carlton, and it's going to go right towards the Cranfills Gap area here pretty soon. We have a very large severe thunderstorm watch that is currently in place. We have two different ones. We have one that is currently in effect everywhere from just west of Fort Worth down into Brady, Brownwood, and Abilene. This is mainly for very large hail and damaging winds. There could be a couple of tornadoes. And then down here near Austin, San Antonio, Del Rio, and as well as Uvalde, we are talking about a risk of large to very large hail, damaging winds, and perhaps even a couple of tornadoes. This is what it looks like right now inside of our tornado warning. This is Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey, and they are currently located on the north side of Bollinger. I think is how you say it. Bollinger? Correct me if I'm wrong. Bollinger. So this is what it looks like in Bollinger right now. We also have Storm Chaser Nathan Moore, who is also looking at this storm from the outside looking in. And if there were to be a tornado, it's going to definitely be rain wrapped. It'll probably be just north of Bollinger, moving towards US Highway 67. So the storm right now, again, looks pretty feisty. The big concern right now, though, is not necessarily the tornado threat, in my opinion. It's going to be the risk of some giant hailstone sizes. I was just talking to Paige and even Ryan Scholl before we went live, and the Hailnators out here, by the way. The one thing I'll talk about, though, is that they just said they might go blow out their windshields, is what they were telling me. And I'm not sure if they will. I mean, this is producing 4-inch sized hail, but that is what they told me. We'll see if they do that. You can actually see how fast these clouds are moving right above Paige's head here. So, and you can actually see, it looks like some, I don't know if those are, I don't know if that's just somebody that mowed the grass here, but very fast moving clouds here. We have a very strong amount of outflow winds that are pushing out from the supercell. And so this is leading to some very significant straight line winds. And so they are just south of that very significant hail core right now that is going to eventually track towards Coleman in Brownwood, Texas. That was super loud. I don't know if that was loud for you guys. Go ahead.
We are going to go try to find some softballs up on Highway 83.
Sounds good. So Bryce is going to try to go find some softballs, and he's not going to a softball game. He's looking for softball-sized hail. And so that is one of the, again, big concerns with the storm right now. If we head on over to MRMS radar and look at the hailstone size estimated by radar, look at that right there, guys. I don't know if anybody lives near County Road 336, but they just got hammered by hail. The MRMS radar was estimating 3.5-inch sized hail just a moment ago. It's a little bit smaller now on US Highway 83, at least according to radar. It could easily spike again, though. I mean, this is a very concerning hail core. If we look at the 1-hour hail swath here, Blackwell through Winters, Texas has gotten absolutely pelted with hail. And it does look like this is still a very significant supercell, and it is going to continue to produce a very significant threat of hail. There's over a 90% chance we at least have severe hail right now moving into the north side of Bollinger, Texas. This is what the storm looks like from the outside, and you don't see this too often with most storms, but look at that blue tinge back in there. I know his stream's freezing a little bit, but that blue tinge, a lot of it is from all the hail falling. So we got water droplets. The sun's at a certain angle right now, so the water droplets are basically reflecting, and so that's kind of creating this blue tinge, but there's also a lot of hail falling right now. And so this is a pretty serious hailstorm that's going to be heading down right towards US Highway 67, just east of Bollinger in Texas over the next several minutes. You can actually see on the right there, probably it looks like an inflow tail. There's been a large shelf cloud.
It's definitely windy in here, probably gusting 70, 75.
Bryce just said it's, wow, look at this, guys. This is inside of the storm. So Bryce and Paige, they are inside of it now. Bryce just said they're looking at 70 to 75 mile per hour winds. They are punching up US Highway 83 right now. You can see their location on the bottom right side of your screen here on the Weatherfront app. See this guy's pulling over, very smart. This is a very intense supercell. I mean, look at the wind here. Looks like a hurricane.
Wow.
Is it Bollinger? Bollinger, Texas? I'm still trying to figure out this pronunciation. I don't know what's right. It looks like a hurricane right now here near. Still trying to figure out the pronunciation. Bollinger? Bollinger? Bollinger. 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 All right, I had it. All right, Bollinger. So this is happening north of Bollinger, Texas right now. Very intense supercell that we are looking at right now. And if we go back over to live radar here, this very intense hail core and also wind is all currently surging down to the south and east. And there's a very low chance this actually has a tornado associated with it. The radar is very contaminated looking from the Abilene radar site. I mean, if there were to be a tornado, it would be somewhere near 382. I highly doubt it, though. I think this is definitely a very significant wind threat, though, along with the risk of some giant hail. The worst of that hail is in between Bollinger and as well as Winters, and that will be approaching US Highway 67 here over the next several minutes. If you guys do live in San Antonio, by the way, now is the time to hunker down, get indoors. If you're in San Antonio, or sorry, not San Antonio, San Angelo, you need to be hunkering down right now because we have a very significant supercell here that is going to be producing some large hail, probably around golf ball size, and also a risk of 60 to 65 mile per hour winds as that continues to push down to the south and east. This is back over to Tornado Pagey. They are in the middle now of this tornado warning, kind of close to where the giant hail is. So they will be punching into the possibly 4-inch sized hailstones here in just a second. If you are just tuning in, this tornado warning is warned not just for a tornado, but also the possibility of grapefruit sized hail, which is 4 inches in diameter. So they are currently punching right into this right now, just south of Winters. The tornado warning's on the bottom right side of your screen. You can see that giant hail core here over the last several minutes that has been going down to the south and east, mostly over US Highway 83 right now. Hey, Colorado for the super chat. Bollinger. I think we got it now. All right, so they're getting pretty close now to the hail. Oh, I think I heard a hailstone. So Bryce and Paige, they're going in with their cooler. Their cooler's in the back of their car. They have a cooler just for hailstones. They like to measure them. They actually had a baseball-sized hailstone earlier on one of the supercells out here. You can just hear a little bit of that hail coming down now. Luckily, it's a pretty rural area where we're at right now. But notice again on the top right side of your screen, we are looking at 4-inch sized hail. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is punching into it now on the bottom left side of your screen as well. Also, we just got a special marine warning. Not really anything too crazy, but that is there on the bottom left side of your screen. There are some severe storms actually in Florida right now. I know Brevard County is under a severe warning. So it looks like where Ryan Scholl is. He is also inside of the tornado warning now. He is actually going east, so this is on US Highway 67 for reference. He is going east, so Paige is punching into the hail core. The hailinator is going a little bit out to the east here. So you can hear some of that hail hitting their car now. Hey, Sam for the super chat. Luckily, there aren't too many people in the immediate path of these storms. My concern for today is that if we look at radar here, I'll keep Paige on the bottom right there. If we look at radar, notice how there's no storms right now near DFW. There's no storms in Abilene. But the concern is that down the line, these storms will remain intense and impact areas that are over near the I-35 corridor. We could even see some storms try to refire near DFW later. I don't think we're going to see anything too tornadic, but there will likely be some storm activity there here over the next few hours near that I-20 corridor. So the concern is what's happening down the line. We got severe weather right now near San Angelo, and there will be an elevated risk of very large hail, even a tornado for the next couple of hours, but it's going to be what's coming later down the line. And if these storms do remain intense like they are forecasted to stay, I do think areas right along the I-35 corridor will be at a more significant risk of severe weather for tonight. We also got to monitor this supercell here near Hamilton. It's not very organized right now, but as it tracks towards Waco and Gatesville, McGregor, there will be a very elevated risk of large hail and even the possibility of an isolated spin-up tornado with this as it moves down to the south and east. Downburst damaging winds are also a big concern. There is a lot of lightning on this storm too. And we do have some storm chasers that are over there, so we are keeping an eye on them as that storm continues to roll down to the south and east. I'd say the biggest thing right now is that there's a lot of lightning. Here's what that tornado warned cell looks like right now here near Bollinger, Texas, with a giant shelf cloud well out in front of the supercell. So again, that tornado risk imminently is very, very low. I would say the tornado warning not really needed right now, but we do have 4-inch sized hail that is falling back in the middle of that core. That's at least what it's warned for right now. So Paige and Bryce, they're still getting pelted by hail right now. You can hear it hitting their car. They're right now over US Highway 83. And they're currently in the search for some very large hail, is what they're doing here.
Oh, I bet under those bushes.
Look at these trees shredded.
Oh my goodness.
The trees got absolutely... Look at the tree damage here on the right. You got leaves all over the roadway here. There's tree damage over here north of Bollinger. And that's from the hail that fell. I think you just said there's some baseballs in the field here. This is also Storm Chaser
keep going.
Ryan Scholl. He is getting hit by hail. He's going east on 67 right now. He's about 4 or 5 miles east of Bollinger. The hailinator's in the hail, folks. We should just rename his name to Hailinator or something instead of Ryan Scholl.
Very loud, not terribly big. At least not yet.
So the hail is minuscule so far.
It keeps getting bigger though.
One thing I will point out, by the way, is when the hailstones are a lot less frequently coming down, it does not mean there's like lower sized hail. The size of hail does not necessarily correlate with the frequency of hailstones coming down. I just want to throw that out there. You can hear maybe 1 or 2 hailstones hitting his vehicle right now every like 2 seconds. That is not necessarily meaning that there's only some peas falling out of the sky or something, right? It could still be very large. In some cases, it could literally be softballs or something like that.
It's definitely getting bigger now.
And as he's saying, it is getting larger for the hailstone sizes right now, right along US Highway 67.
Please not lose a side window today,
It's coming up
please.
on a small town
really
named Talpa, Texas here in a few minutes. So if you live in Talpa, you got to get ready for some really large hail. This is what the storm looks like from the outside looking in from where Nathan Moore is located. Otherwise known as Storm Chaser IRL. The rotation right now, again, very weak. In my opinion, does not need a tornado warning anymore, but the hail is definitely a big concern right now, with the possibility of 4-inch sized hail buried back in there still. If we go back over to the MRMS radar and look at the maximum hailstone size that is expected, when they upgraded this warning to 4 inches, it was right here, just to the north of Bollinger. The hail was estimated to be on radar about 3.5 inches or so. Over the last few scans, it's gotten a little bit smaller. It's probably about 2 inches in diameter now over Texas 382. So it doesn't look to be nearly as large, but it could re-intensify again as it continues to move to the east towards Valera and as well as Coleman. So if you guys live in those areas, we definitely got to be staying on alert right now for this hailstorm because it could again intensify. Look at all the hail falling here, guys. This is this is hail that's being driven by wind right now. The hail's going left to right across the road. And I think there's some people parked near those trees there trying to protect their vehicles. This can get dangerous because your side windows could get blown out from something like this. If you are currently traveling along US Highway 67, try to avoid this area. Anywhere between Bollinger back into Talpa. Look at these people parked under these trees here. They're trying to protect their vehicle right now. There's like 4 of them in the ditch right now just trying to protect their vehicle. I think they got the memo that this storm is producing up to 4-inch hail. I would not say this is safe, by the way, because the second that the wind gets stronger, one of those trees could literally fall on your car. So I'm not sure why we are... I don't think this is smart at all. I mean, this is almost as bad as parking under an overpass.
Yeah, these trees are getting shredded right now.
I mean, that tree could literally come down.
Oh, another crack right down there. Oh my God, hold on.
His windshield's cracking right now from the hail. So this is damaging hail for sure. You got about 3 or 4 cars parked in the vicinity of Shoal right now that are parked under trees, attempting to protect their vehicle.
Dude, the hail core intensified right over us. We're gonna crawl. We're gonna start crawling.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4. I think there's 4 cars parked under these trees here. Right now, the severe warning is for 2-inch sized hail. The tornado warning is for 4-inch sized hail.
Goodness.
I wouldn't be surprised if we're around tennis balls or so right now with where Shoal is at.
It intensified right over us.
Yeah, the hail core, look bottom right, guys. Oh my goodness. Look at the hail core bottom right. This hail core has gotten way larger over US Highway 67. Way larger.
We need to turn right back around again, otherwise our windshield's gonna be absolutely split.
Bro, Shoal might be chalked. The hailinator might be chalked here. This hail core got way bigger over the last scan. Look at bottom right, guys. It is the reflectivity showing all white now. His windshield has cracks on it.
God, yeah, there could be cracks everywhere.
This windshield is shocked. You can see all the leaves coming off the trees. That is all from the hail falling. It is so damaging right now on US Highway 67. Located near Talpa. This hail core is absolutely exploded going towards Valera, Texas, and Coleman. If you guys live out in front of this, you should be protecting your vehicles for this reason. We're talking even as far down the line as Brownwood, Texas, San Angelo, Eden, Paint Rock. Even if you live over near Waco, I mean, this is a kind of situation that could evolve later, you know, soon as the storm over near Hamilton goes down towards you guys. This is a pretty serious situation, though. If we look at radar right now and go back to the supercell, this is the hail core over the last several scans. Look how much it's blown up just in the last few minutes. If we go to the Abilene radar site, it shows it a lot better. So right over the highway, that's where Ryan Shoal's located, that little dot there on the map over 67. And if we go over to the MRMS radar and look at the hailstone size, that has exploded. I mean, that took only a couple minutes to go from basically being only orange, which is under 2 inches, now up to almost 2.5 inches in diameter, waiting for the next hail scan to come in. But it's probably over tennis balls, if I had to guess right now.
Right in it. We're gonna go a little further. Carefully, of course.
So he's been getting pelted by hail over the last few minutes, and there are some chasers like Nathan Moore who are out in front of this. They're protecting their vehicle. So Nathan Moore's protecting his vehicle. This is what the outside of the storm looks like.
That's horrible.
I know Edgar O'Neill's also punching out in front of this too. Again, this supercell here, very outflow dominant, in my opinion. Again, very low to zero tornado risk, at least in the next 15-20 minutes probably. But I'd definitely say the hail is the big concern right now, and I would expect a new severe warning here momentarily for those that live over near Coleman, Texas, as this will be producing, I would say, a pretty elevated risk of hail down the line. So if you live in Coleman, Texas, I'd be getting ready. I'm a little surprised we don't have a new severe thunderstorm warning for that yet. We just got a new severe thunderstorm warning for those in Hamilton, Texas, just outside of Waco. This supercell right now is quickly moving to the south and east, producing some large to very large hail and damaging wind gusts. There's a fairly low non-zero tornado risk with that supercell as it goes down towards Killeen. So if you live near Killeen or Waco, we need to be staying on alert. We got a lot of thunderstorms going up right now west of Fort Worth. The biggest concern in the short term is gusty winds and small hail. I am monitoring a low threat of both damaging winds, large hail, maybe even a spin-up tornado. That little velocity couplet there, I think, is going to be more of just hail contamination there. But I'll be keeping an eye on this over near Newcastle, Texas, as these storms start to organize a little bit more. So if you live over near Fort Worth, this will mainly be the activity to watch for. And then the storms that are going up near Denton and Bridgeport, those could also intensify into some pretty nasty hailstorms here soon. I'll definitely be watching what's going on near Breckenridge, because I'm looking at that little area of velocities that's been intensifying near Newcastle. It's hard to tell if that's hail or not, but it is something that we're going to need to keep an eye on here for. It's back over to Ryan Scholl in the hail core near Runnels County. His windshield has taken some serious damage here over the last several minutes.
Woohoo! Oh my God, there's cracks everywhere on the windshield right now.
Huge shout out to Redeemed with the $50 super chat, saying thank you for what you do. How's Del Rio and Mineral Wells looking for hail? I think Mineral Wells is going to be a low threat of hail. Del Rio a bit more elevated, since there'll be a possibility for some discrete supercells down there. We 100% need a severe warning right now for Coleman, Texas. This very powerful supercell is going to go right towards Coleman, just north of Paint Rock. It is producing some really significant hail right now. Tornado Pagey's windshield. What the heck just happened to their windshield, guys?
It's a really good windshield. Those factory windshields, they just...
Is that new? I don't know when that happened. Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan is also now driving through the hail core. I'm not sure if he wants to risk his windshield getting blown out. That was there earlier? Okay. Yeah, so you can see all these cars, again, parked in the ditch. Do not do this, by the way. It's not any better than parking under an overpass. If you're parking under a tree, it's not safe because we got damaging winds with this, storm here. There is absolutely no reason to be parked under trees during a hailstorm. It's not really going to help a whole lot, because if a tree comes down, it could be very, very damaging, not just to your car, but it could also hurt you more than hail is. So you can hear the hail coming down right now where Jacob is, and Jacob's not the hailinator, right? I don't know if he wants to punch into the hail or not, but he is. I think he's aware of it, but this is a very damaging hailstorm here. They still have not issued a new severe warning yet for those that live in Coleman. If you do live in Coleman, Texas, we need to be protecting our vehicle now. This storm is going to be a very serious problem here as it continues to move into Valera and as well as Coleman, Texas, going towards Brownwood as well. We do have a new severe warning just south and east of San Angelo. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some quarter-sized hail. That's going towards Cristoval and Eden. There is a fairly large outflow boundary here that is going to be the leading edge of some damaging wind gusts, and then inside of the storm we tend to get some downburst wind, and that's something that we'll be keeping an eye on for. That's what the storm looks like just outside of it for where Nathan Moore is here on the storm near Coleman. This will eventually go towards Brownwood, Texas. Got a little bit of scud there on the left. I'd just call this some scary looking clouds. I don't think that's anything too tornadic as of right now. Look at the hail. Wow, look at the roads covered, guys. We didn't see this yet. So the roads are now covered in hail over near 67, US Highway 67. Inside of the significant severe thunderstorm warning, they just issued a new warning now for Coleman. which will be for tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. You can see the hail covering the roadways, and this does lead to hail fog. So if you live along US Highway 27, or sorry, 67, or if you like are driving along it right now, you need to be careful if you are planning on driving, because there will be reduced visibility if there's more hail accumulation here on the roadways. See a lot of the leaves getting smacked off the trees too. So we have all sorts of storm chasers on this. They just went ahead and allowed that tornado warning to expire. On the last few radar scans, you can see that outflow boundary right here. The storm is pretty far behind it, but if it's able to latch back onto this boundary somehow down the line, there could be a new tornado risk with this as it continues to move towards the Brownwood, Texas area. So if you guys live over there, definitely stay weather aware. Back off to the west of Waco, we are monitoring the supercell right now that will eventually head towards Waco, Gatesville, and Killeen. This is going to be heading towards a lot more populated areas down the line. Right now moving southeast at about 25-30 miles per hour, so not a super fast moving supercell. If we go ahead and track this storm out here, let me get the little tracking tool so you have an idea of where this is going to be heading here. But it will be basically going in this general direction. Actually, I'm gonna have to do the little, let me set this up. Let me go back to Nathan here for a second. He actually has a little lowering developing right now. This is over near Talpa, Texas. I need to manually draw this. So Nathan Moore is looking at a little lowering over here on that supercell that's just west of Brownwood. Pretty sus. And then Jacob is still driving through the hail right now. All right, here's the general time guide for this storm that's going in the direction of Waco right now. On the left side of your screen, you can see some of those details. But if you live over in Waco, Texas, we have about an hour or so until this pretty powerful supercell arrives. Killeen, we're looking approximately, I'd say about 7 o'clock or so, maybe a little bit after that. Down near Austin even, we might be watching this storm down the line. I think the main concern, again, will be very large hail. There is a risk, though, for an isolated tornado. If we head over onto our SPC outlook for today, we do have an enhanced risk of severe weather in place, and that's where a lot of these storms are. I can actually overlay the severe warnings in this area as well, but generally speaking, most of our severe weather right now is in the enhanced risk of severe weather. The main concern for this entire region will be significant damaging winds, which could easily exceed 70 miles per hour at times, anywhere from about McAllen, Texas, back into Fort Worth. There's also risk of very large hail, especially with that storm that is south of Abilene. I'd even say the one that's going towards Killeen right now could try to do the same thing. And there's also risk of a couple of tornadoes over the next few hours. Storm chaser Edgar O'Neill actually had a funnel cloud earlier. This was a photo that he sent in. It was a very rural area north of San Angelo. I'm not sure the exact location. I think it was just south of Colorado City, though. And you can actually see a small little funnel cloud that did transpire with this storm. And there were several videos that he also sent in looking at the same sort of storm about an hour or so ago. And so there was a very definitive lowering kind of buried back in the rain. And we also had several gustnadoes as well. You can see that little funnel cloud there just a few, again, this is about an hour ago, but there on the right side of your screen. And if I show you guys this video as well, this is another video of a gustnado in the field. There's been several gustnadoes with these storms today. This is not underneath the mesocyclone, so it is not an actual tornado. It's just a little spin up, and you can see all the dust being kicked up there on the right side of your screen too. So storm chaser Edgar O'Neill has been all over it. He's currently located just south of Coleman, and you can see that large shelf cloud that he's looking at right now just south of Tuscola. And we have all sorts of storm chasers on this right now. I know Tornado Pagey's also going to be punching back into that hail core here in a moment. We go back over to live radar near Coleman. This storm is now warned for 70-mile-per-hour damaging winds and tennis ball-sized hail, and this will be heading towards US Highway 283. Coleman, Texas is also in the path of this. We also have some new storms going up right over Coleman that could end up becoming more significant down the line as those go in the direction of Brownwood, but pretty slow-moving thunderstorms at this moment. Back over in San Angelo, we got all sorts of craziness happening here. It's mostly just a mess of thunderstorms near Grape Creek and San Angelo, primarily producing a damaging wind and hail threat. I don't really expect much of a risk of tornadoes there, as our outflow boundary is so far down here to the south now. If we were to see a tornado risk in the near future out of any storm, it would be out of this storm west of Brownwood, it'd be out of this storm over near Stephenville, or it might be something up here near Graham, Texas, that could try to become a little bit more tornadic. And these storms over here west of DFW, I do think will be intensifying over the coming hours. We are starting to see some gusty winds now make it their way into Graham. The velocities have been increasing on this activity. This special weather statement here for Graham, Texas is for 50-mile-per-hour wind gusts going towards Graham. Jacksboro will likely become severe warned here pretty soon as it continues to track to the east. A lot of lightning and a little bit of hail as well falling in there. But right now, again, tornado risk on that activity is pretty low for the time being. This is back over to Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan. Looks like a couple police officers there. There's been, again, a very significant hailstorm brewing here for a while, right over US Highway 67. They've been punching into it. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, his windshield's been heavily cracked, so he's starting to make his way out of this thing. But he's been in a pretty tough predicament here for about 15-20 minutes. I think he probably just intentionally put himself in there, but his windshield is very heavily damaged. And where he's at right now, the winds are beginning to intensify just a little bit. A hailstone just hit his car there. And we also have Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey. They're back in the rain right now, but they will also be going through the hail core here in just a few minutes. Both of those Storm Chasers we just showed are right now in the middle of the hail core, and it does look like it's intensifying again, going in the direction of where Storm Chaser Edgar O'Neill is located. This is what he's looking at, guys. What a phenomenal looking storm out here in Texas.
Right.
Huge shout out to Michael with the $20 super chat. Thank you, Mindy, for the $10 super chat as well. I'm a truck driver, and keep your feet in the background when you were live. Well, I appreciate that. Hopefully you're not in Texas right now and impacted by these pretty significant severe storms. This storm over here west of Waco is definitely getting more intense right now. And not really anything too tornadic. We got some storms also popping up around Waco. These are actually moving north. We got some kind of weird directional storms right now. So the storms right now over here near Waco are currently moving north. They just went up over the last 15 to 20 minutes. You can see the one here near Waco going directly northbound. And then we got another storm going up here just west of Hillsboro. That's been going on for quite some time now. And the velocities are pretty contaminated on this thing. But we have a lot of hail falling in here. I definitely wouldn't be surprised if this storm got upgraded down the line. This is producing probably hail up to the size of, I'd say, probably 2.5 inches now. I wouldn't be surprised if it's a little bit larger. Storm Chaser Bob Pack is currently looking at this storm. And that's what it looks like right now, just outside of Cranfill's Gap. So this is a live shot here near Hamilton.
Okay, I saw that chat. Coleman.
Very large blue tinge. Never a good thing when you see a blue tinge like that. Or not, I mean, sometimes it can be.
Gosh, I can't even
I wouldn't say it's probably never a good thing, but in this case, it's definitely not a good thing because we have so much hail falling back in there right now.
Let me find Coleman. Oh my gosh. Come on.
Absolutely
Bob.
wild looking supercell here going down towards Waco. Also have a 3-body scatter spike on radar, which is another indicator that there's some very large hail falling back in this storm right now.
I cannot find Coleman.
I thought my phone was going off again, bro. This is, I think it's the second time that his alarm has gone off on his stream, and I fell for it again.
I'm fixing to get wet because my window's down. I'm fixing.
Thank you, Danny, for the super chat. How's weather for Texas looking for this evening? Should be mainly a wind threat.
Oh,
Should be mainly a wind threat. So what he's looking at right now, again, is this supercell that is about to impact the Cranfill's Gap area. Very significant supercell here. Waco and Killeen will be in the path of this down the line. And you can see from the radar site near Killeen, there is actually a little inflow. There's a little hook that's been developing here. It's not super organized currently. The velocities are currently pretty. I think the storm right now is just outflow dominant still, so it's not really the inflow is really not going into the supercell right now very successfully. But if it can latch to that outflow, there will be a more legitimate risk of a tornado as it does track towards Waco. So we need to keep an eye on that. For today's outlook, again, the tornado risk is mainly across this area here, just south of Dallas, back through San Angelo and Abilene. So any storms that can latch to this boundary, which is rapidly moving south, will have a better shot of producing an isolated spin up tornado. Not to take away from the storms in Texas, but I just want to quickly talk about the other storms that we have ongoing. I know a lot of you are probably having some Mother's Day festivities today. Maybe you have some stuff planned for tonight. We do have some ongoing storms across Arkansas, Louisiana, and Mississippi, and even Tennessee. Got one severe storm right now just west of Winsboro. That one is producing some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Quite a bit of lightning also near Raysville. If you hear thunder, go indoors. Do not go outdoors. You know, it's very dangerous. We've had a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning recently. Happens all the time in spring, but that's one thing that some people just forget about, is that, you know, lightning can strike from over 10 miles away. We also have some strong thunderstorms across eastern Mississippi at this hour. Slow movers, mainly producing some gusty winds and small hail, heading towards Tuscaloosa, Alabama. I don't know if they're going to make it to Alabama, but at least for right now, they're outside of the Alabama, territory, at least right now. And then over near Memphis, we currently have some strong thunderstorms producing quite a bit of lightning. There's also one east of Little Rock that is currently ongoing. Now, we've had some thunderstorms and some showers across the mid-Atlantic. Nothing too out of the ordinary here, but they might be throwing a little corkscrew into your Mother's Day plans. So just kind of a little heads up there. Rest of the country looks beautiful as of right now. The worst place at this moment is definitely Texas, where we have currently about 6 different severe thunderstorm warnings, and we might get a lot more here soon as these storms continue to ramp up. I am really eyeing the storms that are west of Fort Worth right now. I do think the damaging wind threat is beginning to increase currently near Graham. And so if you live over near Graham, Texas, if you live near Jacksboro or Mineral Wells, we do have to get ready for an increasing risk of wind and then possibly a low-end tornado threat as those storms continue to track off to the east. But I would say right now, the 2 most concerning storms are the ones that are going on west of Brownwood and the one that's just south of Stephenville. Those are both producing some really nasty hail right now. And that should continue for quite a bit of time, too.
Right now. I got
Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey
Hopefully they don't get
is now driving through the hail on US Highway 67 and the strong winds. We had several, if you're just tuning in, we had several cars pulled off into trees a few minutes ago because of the hail falling, which, again, you should not do, but there were several people that were doing that a few minutes ago. And so they're driving through some pretty strong winds right now, kind of in rural parts of Texas. See the wind picking up. This is also Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. He's looking at the storm from Valera, just southwest of Coleman. You can see that large shelf cloud there.
We're probably going to go to the next highway.
Hey, Macy, for the sewer chat. What about the Alvarado area? All places really, I mean, we're talking Alvarado, we're talking anywhere near I-35 too. The risk of damaging winds will be the highest priority, I mean, for tonight, mainly across the I-35 corridor. There could be a low-end tornado risk too. You know, we sometimes see these little QLCS spin-ups. With it being so outflow dominant, I'm not sure how much of a tornado risk we will have this evening, but I definitely wouldn't rule out something. The hail threat should stay a little bit lower as these storms go closer to the I-35 corridor, though. Hey, Kai for the super chat, too. With the storm near Hamilton going east and the one at Waco going north, what is likely to happen when they collide? Well, in some cases, we can get storm mergers. I don't think that's really the case right now. It's a little bit too early to tell what's going to happen with this thing, but if this storm were to organize over Waco, it'll definitely be more of a hail concern. So we got a little thunderstorm going up over Waco, not really a whole lot of lightning yet. This is the one that's northwest of Waco. Storm Chaser Bob Pack is looking at this right now. This is the one that I think will be more concerning for those that live near Gatesville and Waco and surrounding areas. First off, there's a giant shelf cloud, which does indicate that there will be a more likely significant wind threat here. Very large blue tinge. Buried back in this storm, there's going to be a lot of hail falling, and we probably have tennis balls now falling out of the storm. And actually, in fact, they just upgraded the warning. So the warning now here west of Waco is for tennis ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. We have a very large 3-body scatter spike that is developing. The worst of the hail should miss the downtown area of Hamilton, which is good news. But the bad news is that it will continue to produce a pretty significant threat of hail going towards a more populated area like Gatesville. And if it continues to go south, it will probably miss Waco. But we'll have to wait and see. These storms can sometimes change directions. So that is something we'll be keeping an eye on for. This is our maximum hailstone size expected via radar. And it definitely has increased over the last few radar scans. We're up to about baseball-sized hail being estimated by radar just northeast of Hamilton. And this is what the storm looks like right now over Hamilton, Texas. From Storm Chaser Bob Pack. Hamilton is such a beautiful little town. I've actually never been to Hamilton before. I used to live in Texas. I don't think I've ever gone to Hamilton. We have a report of, as of about 25 minutes ago, that there was a 75-mile-per-hour wind gust measured over in Bollinger, Texas. And again, not really any tornadic motion that I'm seeing here. There's really not any rotation. This is definitely more of a hail concern right now rather than a tornado concern. So we just said in the chat, the temperature dropped really fast when this storm rolled in. That is not surprising either. Very, very unsurprising. Back over to our storm near Coleman. That one is still producing hail up to the size of about 2 inches. Radar's been on and off measuring 2 to 3 inch hail there with a boatload of lightning in this general vicinity. The radar right now from San Angelo showing it more as a wind concern. The radar here from Abilene still showing some pockets of hail. The CC drop is not nearly as large, so I think the frequency of hail dropping on the supercell near Coleman is definitely lower. The wind is definitely pretty strong still. That's all pushing towards 503. So if you're a truck driver or maybe you're pulling a trailer along right now near Texas 503, I would try to maybe, pull over here away from this storm, as it should be producing a more elevated risk of damaging winds down the line. For those that live in San Angelo, we still have a pretty significant area of thunderstorms moving through right now. The most significant storm is now passing to your east, but there will be some heavy rainfall, lightning, some small hail, and gusty winds should continue. Look how far south our outflow boundary is. This is pretty crazy. So all these storms here near Big Lake and San Angelo almost have no chance of producing a tornado, but yeah, that outflow boundary is like 20 miles out in front of it. This would be the only storm currently in this cluster of thunderstorms that has a chance of producing anything tornadic. The one here near Hamilton might have potential down the line too. I'll have to wait and see.
That's why I'm not the real heavy guy right now.
This is the one that's in Hamilton right now. Good shot to Short with the $20 super chat. How's Holiday in Wichita Falls for later today and tonight? I think you guys will be okay. I mean, there might be some storms up there, but I don't think there'll be anything severe, really.
Texas and Jonesboro, Texas. Sitting here right on Highway.
Currently, this supercell that we are looking at in Hamilton is towering up to about 55,000 feet. At one point, radar was estimating up to about 57,000 feet. So this is a very tall supercell that we are looking at here.
Moving on here pretty quick.
I'm going to put Bob on the bottom right side of your screen there. One really interesting thing that we can look at here is the geocolor satellite here over the last few hours. I think if I want to do the minute by minute, I can't do the minute by minute here. This will be the entire United States view here, but this is over the last couple of hours. You can see how the storms have just absolutely exploded here across Texas. Lots of cloud cover all across North Texas right now, which is keeping things a little bit more stable. It should kind of limit any sort of really major severe weather from happening. I say that, I mean, there's some storms going up there. I don't think anything's too crazy yet, though. No severe warnings currently in anywhere near our north of I-20. That will probably change here soon. If we go over to, let me increase the satellite loop here. I'm going to put it up to about 6 hours so you have a better idea of what's been happening all day today. Oops. This is the last 6 hours or so. And see how fast those storms have just exploded here across Texas. And they've gone upscale very quickly over there in Central and West Texas. We talked about that in our video this morning, that these storms will be going upscale very quickly, which will lead to a much more elevated risk of damaging winds. With that said, though, any storms that can stay near that boundary, which you can actually see the boundary here. That's the boundary. It's right there. I can faintly see it on radar pop up. That right there is the boundary dragging to the south. Any storms that can latch to it, like this one near Waco, could end up producing a tornado. Otherwise, we're mostly talking about large hail and damaging wind gusts. That storm's also producing a lot of lightning. We have a new severe warning for Jack, Palo Pinto, Stevens, and Young counties in Texas. That'll be the storm over here near Graham, Texas. This one currently is mainly producing the risk of damaging wind gusts. There's also risk of some maybe some smaller hail with this storm. Here it is. So near Jacksboro, north of Mineral Wells, they have put out a warning here for 65-mile-per-hour winds and half-dollar sized hail. So this is the first severe warning here in a little while now, west of the Fort Worth area. If you guys live over near DFW, this is the storm that we're going to be watching for. There's a lot of storms going up here. They will gradually intensify. So if you guys live over there, get ready for an increasing wind and hail threat. This is also the only National Weather Service office that I have ever seen use 65. I hardly ever see any NWS office use 65-mile-per-hour winds. I've only ever seen it in North Texas, I think, but definitely interesting. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, we got a pair of mesoscale discussions from the Storm Prediction Center. The first one is for South Texas and southern Louisiana. This is along our confluence zone. This is where we do have somewhat of a tornado threat, but the main hazards across this area are going to be damaging winds and hail. The probability of a watch is very low here, only 20%, and the probability of a watch in northern Louisiana and parts of central Mississippi is the same. Also 20% chance with winds up to 70 miles an hour, hail to 1.75 inches in diameter. All these storms will be elevated and there will be no tornado threat across this area.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. So again, 2 mesoscale discussions here. Low tornado risk along the Gulf Coast, but mostly wind and hail. And then for those in the near the Mississippi River Valley, most of these storms will be elevated. The big concern here for your Mother's Day, if you have outdoor activities, is that there will be some cloud ground lightning strikes, and that's obviously a concern. So if you have any outdoor plans, make sure you have a lightning detector with you. If you didn't actually know, the Max Alert program that we have, if you go to maxalert.net, you can sign up. It actually has a lightning detection tool, and it can give you all clear notifications too. So if you live along the Mississippi River Valley or really anywhere here in Texas today and you need something to give you a heads up on lightning, you can check out Max Alert. That'll kind of help you with that sort of situation, which is going to be a problem, I think, down that direction today. Going back over to Hamilton, Texas, we have a giant hailstorm brewing here. Hail core is getting a lot larger now near Texas 1602. This is going to be producing some very large hail potential here as it continues to go down to the south and east near Cranfills Gap. Gatesville, McGregor will be in the path of this. The wind is also intensifying right now, so if you guys live over here just outside of Waco, we need to be staying on alert. That storm that is in Waco is very interesting. The outflow boundary is pretty far down to the south of that storm right now, but this storm currently is producing maybe some small hail. We got our first lightning strikes now. We got a little pair of lightning strikes there in Waco. So we are starting to see a little uptick there and a little bit of lightning. We got all sorts of storms firing up near Houston, back over towards Rockdale, as well as College Station. I would expect a storm or two near College Station here in the next half hour or so. The destructive severe warning for Bollinger and as well as Winters, Texas will be allowed to expire here shortly. It is no longer actually destructive. The storm has now moved outside of that severe weather polygon. The new area of concern right now is near Coleman, where we have a very significant wind and hail threat developing with even a possibility for a low-end tornado potential still. This is Edgar O'Neill's view of that storm. Wow. This is pretty crazy what you can see out here in Texas. So flat. Got the tall grass and beautiful storms out here this time of the year. Luckily, there's not really many people here. Mostly storm chasers along this road right now. Somebody just said in the chat they're seeing the modest clouds north of Waco. If you guys have any photos and videos, send it to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. I'd love to see them. If you have any like modest photos, hail photos, whatever you might got or might have. That was not English. This is the storm over near Hamilton, which kind of looks the same. It's just the clouds are a lot lower here. This is a discrete supercell, so it has a little bit better of a chance of actually becoming more significant for both the hail threat and also the threat of an isolated spin-up tornado. And we do have some photos and videos that you guys have been sending into us from these storms today. This is a photo from Denton County, Texas. I don't know if this is this from today? I think this is from this morning. This is an insane shot over in Denton County earlier. Anybody else see this morning over in Dallas-Fort Worth area? Giant shelf cloud, just a crazy view of this. Thank you, Brooke, for sending this in. This is from San Angelo earlier as well, from Lacey. Intense wind and a wall of dirt between San Angelo and Wall, Texas. It's also a photo from San Angelo. This is the ATC Tower in Tom Green County. There's a little thunderstorm there. It's not like some people over here saw that this morning. This is also Bowie, Texas from this morning. Not as crazy of a view of a shelf cloud. And then here are your modest clouds over in Bosque County, Texas. If you guys do have any photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. It is also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's also a link in the description. Yeah, this is a pretty incredible photo. So far, I think Brooke wins the photo of the day sent in to us. Here's another Mamadas cloud photo from Curry County, New Mexico, apparently. So I guess New Mexico's checking in on the Mamadas clouds, or the Dippin' Dot clouds here today. Yeah, see, Jacob McMillan put him in slot 2. He's punching down to the south on this supercell. I just saw the shelf clouds in McKinney, 4 rows. If you have a photo of that, you got to send it in. That 4 rows, I think, would be the highest so far today. We definitely got to watch these storms here west of DFW. I don't think the tornado risk here is very high at all. I think it'll be mostly damaging winds, but if we do end up seeing this bow out a little bit more, I wouldn't rule out a spin up somewhere in here. I definitely think the biggest concern right now is hail and wind. This will eventually track towards the Fort Worth area. The storm is right now moving east at about 35 miles per hour. So if I go ahead and track this storm out just for timing for those that live in DFW, I'm going to put about 43 because I think it's going to speed up a little bit. But this is kind of our general time guide here for the next 2 to 3 hours. So if you live over there in Fort Worth, we're probably talking sometime around 7:30 or so this evening. Just north of Mineral Wells, or even if you are in Mineral Wells, we're looking in about 30 minutes from now, so about 6:40 for an arrival of a more intense line of thunderstorms here. Denton County, we're looking at 7:45, so if you live in Denton, we're not done. We got more storms coming here this evening. At the bare minimum, there's a damaging wind threat. A little bit of hail falling, too. Actually, look at the velocities on this latest scan. They're getting more and more intense. This is a few thousand feet off the ground, but velocities are being measured at about 75 miles per hour now, just south of Graham. So Grafford is going to be directly in line for that. This is a very intense storm. Speaking of intense storms, this is one intense storm near Hamilton. Also near Jonesboro now, where Bob Pack is located on this very powerful supercell west of Waco. Very low to the ground clouds, too.
All right, right now,
Bosque County, thank you. Thank you, Deadly, for becoming a member.
And it's...
These clouds just look wild. This does too. Wow, Jacob McMillan has a crazy shot. He won an award at Chaser Summit for being, I think it was the best videographer, the Chaser in 2025. This is an incredible view of the storm here near US Highway 283. Edgar O'Neill is also looking at it from the undercarriage. The structure is just crazy on this thing. Hey, Edward, for the super chat. Hey, from what I'm looking at, it might be way worse in Austin proper than that they were predicting the last couple of days. What do you say, Max? I think Austin's gonna be getting mostly a wind threat tonight. I do think anywhere along I-35 is going to see some pretty significant storms this evening. It should be mostly damaging winds. There will be a risk of some hail, too. Maybe an isolated tornado. And anywhere near Dallas-Fort Worth, DFW wasn't really expected to see another round of severe storms tonight, but it does look like we're going to get another round. There are a couple storms that have tried to go up near Denton, but there's so much cloud cover, there's really not a whole lot of instability to work with here. If we head on over to our instability right now, this is some of our severe weather analysis right now. And so this is the instability as of an hour ago. And look at that. There's hardly any down over there in DFW. So the environment that those storms are working with right now is not great, but we can still see severe weather. Down here, there is a boatload of instability. We have values over 4,000 joules per kilogram right now over near Houston. So it's a very explosive environment, and any storms that initiate will be producing a pretty elevated risk here of severe weather. And then back over to our significant tornado parameter values, very low. mainly near that boundary. This is over an hour ago, so it's not like actually right now, but this boundary is further south. So near that boundary, there will be a more elevated risk of tornadoes. Very narrow corridor that is continuing to drop southbound. Also, look at this, guys. This is storm chaser Ryan Scholl here. Yeah, a very crazy view of the storm a second ago. You can see that large shelf cloud. I think Jacob McMillan is a little bit closer.
Sorry, I know there's that thing in the way.
So this is the one, again, west of Brownwood. If you live in Brownwood, Texas, this is what's coming towards you guys right now, producing significant damaging winds. They just issued a new severe warning for this. That'll be for those in Melvin and Rochelle for some half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. There's a little lowering there on the right. Hey, Christina, for the sewer chat, I'm taking first section of the CPA exam tomorrow. Everyone, please wish me luck. Good luck. Thank you, Elizabeth, for becoming a member.
Thank you for the guitar, dude.
I just said, stop drawing arrows on my house. My apologies. I was wondering if you'd be on a storm report. I don't know if we're going live today. I mean, it didn't, like, today doesn't, it's not big. Again, this is another one of those situations where, like, it's borderline for me to go live because, yes, we have an enhanced risk. It's mostly for wind and hail. There is a 5% tornado risk, so it's a bit more justifiable, but you know, it's kind of borderline. It's like the other day when we went live for Tulsa and Oklahoma City having those big hailstorms. And I just, sometimes I don't know if I want to go live or not, because I also don't want to push to people that, you know, we're going to have these, you know, huge tornadoes or something. Like, I don't think that's happening today for the record, but it's one of those things.
In front of us.
With that said, I feel like going live, you know, severe weather coverage either way is still worth it, because I mean, there's still quite a few warnings. I mean, this is an area that we have a lot of viewers in. I mean, Texas and Oklahoma, some of the larger audiences that we have across the country. So,
man, I don't know if we can stay ahead for long enough. Mile and a half is when we turn.
It's also Mother's Day. I know some people are out here for Mother's Day doing some stuff, and I think that's also another reason. Like, there's multiple things baked into my decision to go live, because it's also Mother's Day, and a lot of people are doing stuff today. A lot of people have activities going on, and so I think it is worth going live for that as well. Ryan Scholl has a crazy view of the storm here.
Oh my gosh, look at that.
Ryan Scholl has like the
getting rained on though.
Craziest reactions. Huge shout out to Corey with the $20 super chat. Weatherfront desktop looks sick on your stream, Max. I just got it for iPhone. Can't wait for the desktop version. Love your streams. New member here. I really appreciate that. Thanks for becoming a member. And yeah, can't wait. Max, did you call your mom? I did. Hey, you hand for letters for the super chat. Yeah, if you've not already, call your mom. It's Mother's Day.
It won't focus. Are you kidding me?
Hey, Robert for the sewer chat. I'm in Melissa, Texas, just north of McKinney. Feels like lightning is touching the ground. Huge strikes, I bet. There aren't very many lightning strikes up there near DFW, but they are definitely intense. Here's that new severe warning here for east of Paint Rock, this supercell that everybody's looking at right now, other than Bob Pack. This is right now producing half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds going towards Melvin. The more intense part of this thunderstorm is where these chasers are, which is producing 70-mile-per-hour winds and tennis ball sized hail heading towards Brownwood. I know we had some people asking about the Goldthwaite area, Goldthwaite. I don't know how to pronounce that really, but that area. This will be the storm to watch, and it'll be arriving in about an hour or so. There are some storms going up to your north, but those aren't nearly as intense. This storm here west of Waco still packing a punch with hail. We still have a giant hail core right now east of Hamilton. This is a very slow moving storm right now. It's going to eventually go towards Gatesville, McGregor, Temple, and Colleen, so we need to keep an eye out on that. And then off to the west of Fort Worth, very fast-moving area of thunderstorms going into Jacksboro here in a few minutes. Increasing risk of hail currently in Jacksboro. It's a very slow-moving thunderstorm. If you live in Bridgeport, I wouldn't be surprised if we do get a severe warning here in a few minutes for some large hail. And then this right here is more of a damaging wind threat. I just flipped the map upside down. This is kind of trippy, I'm not going to lie. I just flipped the map upside down. That'll be mostly a risk of damaging winds as it moves east. Riley has a update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey, Max, we just got another mesoscale discussion. This one is basically for both of the watches we have in Texas. It mentions tornadoes up to 90 miles an hour. However, the Storm Prediction Center does not mention tornadoes at all in the mesoscale discussion text. That is probably because all the storms are behind the front and should pose little to no tornado threat. That being said, we're still talking about very large hail and winds to 80 miles an hour. They did say hail up to 2.5 inches in diameter. I would not be surprised if we see hail bigger than that throughout the rest of the night. Probably a few 3.5 inch sized hailstones.
Hey, Riley, for the update. So again, this area of thunderstorms is going to become a large mesoscale convective system, mainly producing a damaging wind threat and also up to tennis ball sized hail. If you guys live over near Killeen, Waco, San Antonio, we need to be getting ready ahead of time for the damaging wind threat. And if you have friends or family in those areas, alert them. A lot of people have outdoor activities today. A lot of people probably aren't paying much attention to the weather. It's pretty important that people are, because the risk of damaging winds is going to be pretty significant. In some cases, it can be worse than a tornado. So if you live over there along I-35, or just generally speaking anywhere in this area, we need to start getting ready for a more elevated risk of damaging winds. Possibly an isolated brief tornado or two will be on the table too. But this storm near Waco, I'd say, again, the biggest concern right now for hail out of any storm is this one right now near Waco, which is currently dropping down to the south and east right now. It's going directly towards Gatesville. Gatesville should be preparing now for a more elevated risk of very large hail, possibly a risk of an isolated tornado as well. Mainly a hail threat right now. And back over near the DFW area, we're watching this thing near Graham. Starting to surge more towards Grafford. Grafford, Texas will be getting hit pretty hard in a few minutes by damaging winds. Mineral Wells, I would get ready too. More for a wind threat. Tornado risk is very low to zero right now with these thunderstorms up here near DFW. We still have a considerable severe warning right now for Coleman. Still producing a significant damaging wind threat. We'll see if that thing can reach out to that outflow boundary again. If it can, there will at least be a low threat of a brief tornado. So we'll keep an eye out for that storm. Thank you, Simmons, for the super chat. Happy Mother's Day to all the moms. All the Max and Riley. I already called my mother. Thank you, Corey, for the 5 Get to memberships. Thank you, Texas, for the $20 super chat. Thank you for going live today. You are the channel we depend on here, watching from Waco. Well, I appreciate you tuning in. We're watching you guys over there in Waco right now. This is by far the most concerning storm. Hopefully it misses Waco. It does look like it'll go west of Waco. Either way, there are other storms going up right now near Waco. There's actually this storm right here near Gatesville is going to go crashing right into this discrete cell. You don't see this too often, but we got storms going completely opposite directions. This one's going northwest. This one's going south-southeast. It'll be interesting to see what happens with this little merger. These storms are going completely opposite directions right now. Actually pretty wild. No, Bob Pack is on that storm right now. He's bottom right side of your screen. The storm near Waco is starting to produce a little bit more lightning. It's a very weak storm. Might have some very tiny pea-sized hail. It would be mainly over near Highway 6 near Woodway. Probably isn't impacting very many communities. It's kind of on the rural side of western Waco. This storm is surging to the south, and we're about to have opposite storm direction there. We got some new storms going up currently over near Calvert and Hearn, Texas. A lot more lightning starting to pop up there near Cameron. There will be a risk of severe weather as those storms begin to organize a little bit more here over the next several minutes. We have some special weather statements north of Houston, Texas. Some gusty winds and small hail will be possible with these storms as they continue to go up. These are pretty slow-moving storms. There is at least a low threat of some flash flooding tonight. There is a slight risk right now in place for flash flooding for those in Dallas, Austin, Killeen, and College Station. So if you plan on traveling at any point this evening, turn around, don't drown if you do see flooded roadways. Ryan Shoulders got a pretty incredible photo here of that supercell currently that is going towards Brownwood, Texas. This is also from Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl. This is actually when this storm was tornado warned near Robert Lee. That was approximately at 4:18 p.m. Central Time. So pretty crazy photo there. That was this storm at that time did look a lot more tornadic. Pretty scary looking storm there. In case you are wondering why we're live today, we got a large enhanced risk of severe weather today. Kind of looks like a dinosaur almost. We got a little tail back here. Put like a little eyeball over here. I don't know what I'm doing, but this is our risk of severe weather. Got an enhanced risk of severe weather in place. Damaging winds and very large hail are the main concerns. We do have a SIG 1 damaging wind threat for most of central, north, and south Texas for today. This is for 75 plus mile per hour winds being a possibility. So that is one of the reasons, again, why today is concerning for those that live in Texas, because this will eventually upscale into a large mesoscale convective system, and the damaging wind threat will be very elevated. There will be a risk of some large hail, maybe even some very large hail for the next couple of hours, and then the tornado risk right now is fairly low. I would say over here near Austin and San Antonio, I wouldn't say we need a 2% tornado risk, but I do think there is at least a low chance that we could get a spin-up tornado in that line of thunderstorms this evening. Will we see one? Pretty unlikely. Will we see one in your backyard? Very unlikely, but it's obviously on the table with these thunderstorms as they continue to organize more. For right now, they are not very organized, still pretty disorganized line of thunderstorms right now. But up here near Coleman, that's what's much more organized right now. And that's why we have a more elevated risk currently of damaging winds. And I don't think they'll issue a severe warning on the or tornado warning on this at all, but we are watching at least mainly for a wind threat with this. Some kind of small size tail is also on the table. Got Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey on the bottom right side of your screen. They are currently on this storm. Jacob McMillan as well. And then, my goodness, Ryan Scholl with just some incredible structure out here in Coleman County, Texas right now for the 70-mile-per-hour severe storm.
Starlink's unplugged. I did not mean to swear. I'm sorry, guys.
Good shout to Marietta for the $30 super chat saying hello from Philly. Thank you for going live. It's very educational. I learned something each time. It's awesome.
The Starlink was complete. Bro, the wind took my Starlink out of my hand.
It's like, what was it? I thought you had
the
by a
Starlink out
hailstone.
of my hand.
The storm's not even close to him. Thank you, Jason, for the super
Dropped
chat.
it on the ground.
We actually should. I used to have all the chaser information in our description, and then... Oh, it's still there. No. Yeah, a lot of our main chasers are in the description. We need to add more, though. Yeah, there's some that aren't there. But in our description of these streams, we do have links to all of them. I'll make sure to fix that after the stream, though. I love how we casually just have a big hail crack across his windshield. Thank you, Brian, for the Venmo donation. Shout out to Annie White. Shout out to Annie.
Oh my gosh! Dude!
Brian's gonna go take a photo. The Hailinator. Is there much cape? There is a lot of cape. There's a lot of instability. I just showed the instability a few minutes ago. It's pretty bonkers. Got 4,000 joules per kilogram of instability right now. If I go over to the cape right now, this is surface-based cape. But all that purple that you're seeing, there's a lot of red, but all that purple, that's over 4,000 joules per kilogram of instability. That's a lot, by the way. That's a lot of storm fuel, which is why this environment is so explosive today. Over near DFW, it's suppressed because of all the cloud cover. If you look at satellite imagery here, you can see all that cloud cover there. So when you get all that sunshine, it basically, again, boosts our temperature near the surface, which therefore leads to more instability. And so with temperatures in the 80s and 90s, it's a very favorable environment right now for thunderstorms to develop. Looks like Jacob McMillan is inside of the storm right now. Yeah, Jacob McMillan is now inside of the storm here, west of Colleen. So he's inside of the storm. You can see the wind is really intensifying here. Also, we do have an update over near Hamilton, Texas. We now have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. All right, so this hailstorm that is tracking towards Gatesville right now is now producing upwards of baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. So if you are in this severe warning, you got to be taking shelter here. That is a giant hail core here that has developed over the last several minutes. And this will eventually be going towards Gatesville. I know we have Storm Chaser Bob Pack on it. I'm keeping an eye on him for any sort of view of that. But the hail right now is giant. It's currently located near the 1602-22 intersection. It's going to go right down Texas 1602 for the next several minutes. I'd say Gatesville, we got maybe 20 minutes. But if you live in Gatesville, protect your vehicle now. Do not wait. If you live over near Waco, too, we got to watch this storm. It's starting to get a little bit larger. The hailstone size is probably a little bit larger, too. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a special weather statement here for Waco here shortly. Looking at least at a possibility of some small hail, but could get a little bit stronger It will be interesting to see how this storm merger goes. That storm is going to go right into the inflow of this supercell. So I'm curious to see what does happen with this storm near Gatesville. Jacob McMillan is in the middle of the Rockwood storm. Look at this, guys. He's right in the middle of this thing west of Brownwood. He's in the hail core officially. My goodness. Look at all the hail on the road.
Where are my safety glasses, chat? Where are my
Bro's looking for his safety glasses. Major hailstorm here right over US Highway 283. The hail core has spiked right where Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan is. We got about golf ball sized hail falling right now, about 7 miles or so south of Santa Ana, north of Brady. Road is getting covered in hail. Bro has opened his window up now. We can see all the hail coming down on the road. Definitely looks around to the size of golf balls. Wow. That is a lot of hail, folks.
Seriously, where did I put my safety glasses? I literally just had them.
Hey, Karen, for the 5-month membership.
I mean, it's kind of worthless now, but... Jeez.
I don't know how. I don't know if Jacob meant to punch into this hail core, because this hail core literally just exploded right over top of him. It literally just blew up right over his head. This is kind of one of the things with this like storm. It's so hard to predict. Edgar O'Neill is also driving through this right now. Well, I don't think he's driving through any of the hail yet.
Camera bag.
Hey, Zeif, for becoming a moderate velocity member.
I got sunglasses, but that's not what I wanted.
Still getting pounded with hail. This is all happening on US Highway 283. There's no town really here, but it's north of Brady. Here comes the wind again. Jacob McMillan's car is staying intact right now.
Got some quarters here. This was on the road. The bigger stuff,
Bro
it's
got out
probably
of his
melted
car.
by now.
So he has some quarter-sized hail at least.
All right, let's keep going. Well, it had bigger hail this time around.
It's all about 60-mile-per-hour winds here. It's been consistently high for a while. Real quickly, I do want to go back to our new destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So brand new destructive severe warning here for those that live in Gatesville, Texas. We've been talking about you guys for a while. If you live in Gatesville, we need to be preparing now for baseball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour damaging wind gusts. All right, this is a destructive severe thunderstorm right now. It is producing a boatload of probably large to very large hail right now, right over Texas 1602 or Farm to Market Road 1602, going directly towards Gatesville. You got to hope this thing weakens as it goes towards Gatesville. I'm not sure if it's going to, though. It's been pretty intense for a couple hours now, but Gatesville is in the path right now of a very damaging hailstorm that could cause millions of dollars in damage if it does go right into town with baseball. So Gatesville, Texas, prepare now. If you're over at McGregor or Waco, I would also be preparing now just in case this storm does get more intense. And it might, shift directions or something like that. This is Jacob McMillan on that storm that's off to the west here. Good shout to Zeif for the $10 super chat. Yes, that storm that is west of
Trying
DFW.
to throw together some little, maybe weak eddies of rotation up north.
Jake's talking about a little bit of rotation. I'll talk about that here in a second. I'm going to put Jacob on the bottom right of your screen. I do want to touch on these storms that are going towards Dallas-Fort Worth right now. So we got one little supercell that's developed south of Jacksboro, which has been organizing. Should be mainly a hail threat as it comes up towards Bridgeport. It will get intercepted by this fast-moving cluster of thunderstorms near Palo Pinto and Mineral Wells here soon. This is currently producing 65-mile-per-hour winds and also a risk of half-dollar-sized hail. The main concern with this area of thunderstorms will definitely be damaging winds. I do think there is a very low non-zero tornado risk. I just think it's, again, very minuscule, and I don't think, even if we saw a tornado, I don't think it's going to be that significant. With that said, definitely stay alert. We'll keep you posted if anything does happen there. Over near McKinney right now, we got some strong thunderstorms. Same thing with Sulphur Springs. Nothing too out of the ordinary there. And then as Jacob McMillan was just saying, there are some eddies trying to form over here near US Highway 283 south of Brownwood. There is a low tornado risk with this area of thunderstorms. As it continues to track to the east, you can see these tiny little hooks that are trying to develop on the leading edge of this line. And so there's at least a non-zero tornado risk with this activity going towards US Highway 377, just southwest of Brownwood. And we have Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl on this, and as well as Edgar O'Neill. They're all driving through the heaviest rain right now and the most intense conditions. Jacob is now officially not being hit by any sort of crazy hail. He was a few minutes ago. Ryan Scholl is also just trying to get out in front of this. Tornado Pagey. They're now getting hit by hail. So you can see the hail starting to come down where they're located. They're punching into the hail core on US Highway 283. And then Storm Chaser Bob Pack is on the storm over there near Hamilton that is going just to the west of Waco towards Gatesville. I think what he's looking at is that small little storm that's going to be heading into the supercell here in a few minutes. That's like that little storm that's going to go from south to north.
And we're good there. You can see those rain.
Here's a look into the supercell that's currently producing destructive baseball-sized hail. Hey, Vex for the $20 super chat. What do you think of the cell merger near Gatesville? I'm a bit nervous. It should be mainly a wind threat and a hail threat. I don't see there being much of a tornado risk with this supercell, but we'll have to see. It hasn't really been rotating much at all. It's been pretty elevated for the most part. It's been behind that boundary. Hey, only for the super chat, because of your lives and videos, I took meteorology instead of law. It seemed much more interesting. I'd probably say so. Thank you, Mitz, for becoming a member.
This is actually very big. Yeah. The trees are like bending.
Got some more hail hitting their car now. How do you prepare now for baseball-sized hail? Bring your car into your garage. Bring your pets inside. If you have like patio furniture that's like glass, bring that inside or cover it over. Protect plants. Those are some of the best things to do. Got somebody reporting in the chat that there's intense lightning near Waco. There's some pretty intense winds here. Look at the cows out in the field. Those poor cows are getting hit by hail and the wind right now. I bet this isn't most of their first rodeos here, but got a bunch of cows out here in the field. Near County Road 244 and US Highway 283. There's hail and wind. Luckily, it's not destructive on this severe storm, but good shot to SW Tor for the super chat. That's not hail, but there's a top golf nearby and a bunch of people are really with bad aim. Wow.
Those are bigger than golf balls.
They just saying that the hail's bigger. Oh wow, look at this, guys. This hail's about to get a lot larger.
Not hitting.
Yeah.
Got a new hail core developing. This is getting much more intense here. So the hail is actually growing over top of them. This has happened multiple times in the last hour and a half to these chasers. Like the hail it keeps spiking and then going down, spiking and going down with this cluster of thunderstorms. It's happening again. So that hail core is getting larger where those cows are located and where Paige and Bryce are located here. We We got giant hail potential on this storm here, going right over US Highway 283. Down the line, Brownwood, Richland Springs, Rochelle, and Brady, Texas. You guys are in the path of this pretty serious thunderstorm here. Let's check out the hail radar here. I'm gonna go back to them in a second. This is the hail radar. And over the last scan, it has gotten just a little bit larger. Currently estimated to be about 2-inch hail right over US Highway 283. The warning currently is for golf balls. So the hailstone sizes are probably growing a little bit. They said that it was already larger than golf balls. Obviously, don't know what that size exactly is, but the hail's definitely gotten a little bit larger there. And I go back to that Waco storm. This is that destructive severe warning once again for Gatesville, Texas. If you live in Gatesville, we need to be preparing now for a very dangerous hailstorm that could also produce the risk of damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. That is tracking down to the south and east right now. And I would anticipate a maybe, well, we'll see. I don't know. The hailstone size still seems to be pretty large. It's very slowly moving south. It's south of US Highway, or south of State Highway 22. It's going to be arriving to Gatesville probably at about 7 to 7:15. So you got a few minutes if you're in Gatesville to prepare, but there's quite a bit of lightning in the area. We have a new severe warning for San Saba, Mills, Hamilton, and La Paz counties in Texas. That'll be for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The largest hail is currently just north of Goldthwaite, or Goldthwaite. Don't know how you pronounce that. Something like that. Oh my goodness, guys, look at this. This storm is getting more and more intense right now near Coleman. Looks like a hurricane out here. And you got all the cows out there on the right. Got people parked in, pulled into the ditch there. The visibility's down to under a quarter of a mile. Hail is getting larger. The wind is getting more intense. And again, luckily, this is not impacting a highly populated area right now, but down the line, it is heading towards several towns and even a couple cities. Brownwood is one of them. This is a pretty serious storm here. I wouldn't be surprised if our damaging wind threat got upgraded. What would you estimate the winds to be?
Yeah, this is definitely 70.
Wow.
Wow.
Probably about 70, 65 to 70, but we also have, I'd say tennis balls coming down with this as well.
Okay, so Bryce is saying there's baseballs now coming down. He's estimating about 70-mile-per-hour winds right now. This is one intense storm.
70, but we also have,
Go back to standing mode for this.
tennis balls coming down with this as well.
I mean, the wind is almost non-stop here. They've been traveling north to south, so they're not traveling with the storm. This is all the RFD, the rear flank downdrafts, all the wind that's surging out of the supercell. It's just wild here.
Look at those hailstones.
Yeah.
Holy crap.
Sounds like the hail is no joke. We haven't seen any, like, clear large hailstones here that are over the size of 2 inches, but I mean, he's saying there's baseballs, and I believe him. He is an expert storm chaser.
I was not expecting that.
He's been chasing for over a decade. He knows what he's talking about.
Tell Edgar. Oh my goodness.
Okay, we're back up to tennis balls now with 65, 70 mile per hour wind.
It looks like a regular storm in Texas. I mean, Texas sees these storms every single year. Sometimes they're impacting highly populated areas. Sometimes they're impacting rural areas. I mean, you never know. It always changes. This is luckily rural, but you know, the cows are being impacted. There are people being impacted too. I mean, there are people that live here. There's plenty of farms out in front of this too. This is where Paige and Bryce are right now. Again, just southwest of Brownwood, Texas. Got a lot of hail falling. The wind is very, very intense. You can see that surge of wind that is going all the way around, kind of wrapping around the leading edge of this line of thunderstorms here that's developing near Brady. And this is what the outside of the storm looks like from where Ryan Shoal's located. So that's a giant shelf cloud that is draping the sky. And so this is going to go towards San Saba, just south of Brownwood, Texas. I do want to continue to remind everybody tuning in here that our most concerning storm, at least in terms of population density and also the intensity of the storm, is the one near Gatesville. It is producing baseball-sized hail. It is a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So if you guys live in Gatesville, we need to be protecting our vehicles now, as a giant hailstorm is going to be coming towards you guys. That is west of Waco right now. Back over near Fort Worth, we are watching a couple of storms right now to the west of DFW, mainly producing a risk of damaging winds. There may be a new severe warning coming here soon for Mineral Wells and Weatherford for more of a damaging wind threat. Over here near Perrin, Texas, it looks like this storm is going to try to produce a tornado. It's not. This environment here, there's really not much wind shear to work with. So, again, if there were to be a tornado, it would have to be some sort of accident in this line, some sort of spin up. I just don't see that happening, at least in the short term right now. San Angelo, Texas, we got more storms coming out of your west, so you're not done with severe weather, at least storm activity yet. The most intense area of thunderstorms will be down the line going towards Waco, Killeen, and Llano, Texas. And this is, again, by far the most impactful area of thunderstorms right now. We have been seeing some very broad and weak rotation. Tornado risk, at least for the time being, does remain low, but not zero. And, I mean, Bryce and Paige have consistently been dealing with high winds and hail for the last 10 minutes here on US Highway 283. This is your sign to not be near this thunderstorm if you're just a truck driver or somebody that's just trying to travel somewhere. For this exact reason, this is a very intense thunderstorm out here in central Texas.
Look at them just flying all
They just issued a
around.
new severe warning for this. I'll talk about that here in 2 seconds. Here's that new severe warning here. So that'll be for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It is a considerable threat north of Richland Springs, just south of Brownwood near Rochelle. US Highway 377. You guys are also, if you're traveling on that route anywhere from Brady all the way through Brownwood, I'd definitely try to avoid this area. Wind, again, very intense with the storm. We have several chasers that are currently trying to get out in front of this and position themselves. We also got some minor flooding happening right now along US Highway 283. We just had a report come in. This is actually breaking news. There is a report. A media chaser is reporting as of 6:20 p.m. Central Time that there was a 4-inch sized hailstone in Cranfill's Gap. So that would be this storm over here near Killeen. There is a report from media at about 6:20, so about 27 minutes ago, that this storm here, southwest of Hillsborough, was producing 4-inch sized hail. That is the size of a grapefruit or a softball. So this is quite the serious supercell here. Granted, I don't think it's as large as before, but it is still very large. That's about the size of a softball that fell near Cranfill's Gap. That was at the peak of this intensity here. Over the last several scans, that little merger out of the south has weakened the hail core a little bit, but nonetheless, still a very intense thunderstorm here. Huge shout out to John with the Venmo donation. In New York City, what do I have to do since there's no underpasses to park under? Thank you, Justin, for the $25 Venmo donation. Shout Max, you're the best thing that's happened to weather since the Doppler radar. Keep it up, big fans. And Justin, I appreciate Justin you tuning in. Thank you also, Richard, for the super chat. Is Fort Worth in trouble? I wouldn't say you're in trouble. And there will be thunderstorms, could have some severity to it. I wouldn't say it's that significant though. And the odds of it becoming very significant, I would say, are low. How are they still driving through hail? They've been constantly driving through hail for no less than 15 minutes. I would say Fort Worth's main concern will be straight line wind for tonight. I find it really fascinating looking at not just at geocolor. I know we've been showing geocolor satellite quite a bit here today already from all these storms blowing up, but we can also look at the clean IR, which is basically measuring the coldness of cloud tops. And look at that evolution. And you guys can look at this inside of the free Weatherfront app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. Really incredible satellite imagery. And also, the satellite and infrared look really crazy. The storm's blowing up over here near Shepherd, too. You have a new severe warning for those that live over in Polk and Liberty counties. That is for quarter-sized hail. It's actually not that new. I just don't think I ever talked about it. But little hailstorm there. Very slow-moving storm here. We got a lot of slow-moving storms down there near Houston. I wouldn't be surprised if soon one of these storms south of Waco near Rosebud did become severe. They're mainly just producing some maybe small hail and gusty winds, but if they do intensify, they could become a bit more concerning. Got a little bit of contamination there. That's not anything tornadic. Both of these are not tornadic rotations. They just downgrade the warning, so it's no longer destructive, but it is still producing 2-inch sized hail moving into Gatesville, Texas, just southeast of Hamilton. And we're still watching this area of thunderstorms near Brady, which is becoming a mesoscale convective system. Should very soon become a more serious threat of damaging winds heading in the direction of I-35. This is storm chaser Ryan Scholl, who's looking outside of this storm, south of Brownwood. You can see the giant shelf cloud here. A lady for the 22-month membership. Hail basically is developed inside like the updraft, and it kind of spins around for a while and it gets larger and larger. One of the biggest things that determines though like the hail being significant sometimes is our lapse rates. So what that means is the temperature. Did Ryan just say something? I think it was Ryan. That basically the lapse rates are when the temperature is decreasing with height, and the steeper our lapse rate is, basically meaning the more rapidly our temperature is dropping, the better shot there is of hail developing and also being a lot larger. I want to see if I can show you guys a product here that gives you an idea of lapse rates. I like how Ryan Scholl just has a nice little crack in the middle of his camera
So
there.
close. We will be going in and intercepting.
Lapse rates, though,
hail. It's
generally
probably about
speaking,
the
for big
final
hail
little
events are
bit
usually
for
over
today.
7 to 8, which means 7 degrees Celsius per
honest.
kilometer, so it's decreasing rapidly
Close
with
to the
height.
highway, so even better. We can go in and intercept hail, destroy the windshield as much as humanly possible.
You know, it is interesting, and this is not, I've never seen this on another app. I don't know if there is another app that has this, but, you know, the Weatherfront app actually has, for the HRRR model, a hail swath kind of model run here, which is pretty cool. So it kind of just estimates where there could be some large hail today. Generally speaking, this is one model. It hasn't been, I would say, overly accurate. Has been terrible, though. I mean, it has some spots where there's been some pretty significant hail. There's even a little lightning density map here that we can also look at. So this is like the future radar here. So by 9 to 10 o'clock, there'll be a lot of lightning over near San Antonio and Austin. And according to the model here, it's showing quite a bit of lightning in those areas. Probably several flashes of lightning per minute. You can see all the instability that is out in front of this too. So there is a ton of storm fuel. Apparently somebody sent into our reports program of a selfie video explaining how to say Bollinger, Texas. That's pretty funny. Looks like Tornado Pagey's driving through some strong winds again. Or is that Ryan Scholl? No, that's Ryan Scholl. No, it is Tornado Pagey. Where's Ryan Scholl driving in? He's just driving on a dirt road. He's driving on Bob's Road. We have some new photos and videos that you guys have sent in from these storms. This was sent in by Kobe over in Tom Green County, Texas, of a hail core in San Angelo. Thank you, Kobe, for sending this in. That was another photo here from McLennan County, which is, I believe, near Waco, of some modest clouds. Little Dippin' Dots. Got even more over there in McLennan County from Hunter. This is from Lake Ray Roberts over in Sanger, Texas. I don't know. Are you taking out the boat, man? Trying to take out the boat here while we got a storm coming in? I don't know if that's your boat or somebody else's boat. Or modest clouds over in Waco. Got a video here from Mike of those modest clouds. They don't even look real. Over in Carl's Corner, Texas. Hey, weather duck for the 26 months. Hey, link for the sewer chat. You made me want to learn to read radar. Been watching so many radar videos. Thank you for what you do. We got to make some of our own little tutorial videos. Here's a photo from Denison, Texas. Little wavy clouds. I think these are called asperatus clouds. I don't have I mean, I do have a degree in meteorology. I don't have a professional degree in cloud identification. There's some certain clouds that a little bit more tough, but I think these are asperatus. And then this is over in McLennan County as well from Hunter. I think we already had that one, but some more modest clouds. And if you guys have any photos and videos, you can send it in to us. QR code's on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. If you are just tuning in, we currently have 12 severe thunderstorm warnings. Most of them are in Texas. I have some people asking about Tennessee and Arkansas. Good news, guys. No severe weather right now, but we got some strong thunderstorms and some heavy rain coming down. That's the real big concern right now. Not expecting much severe weather over there. Got a couple strong thunderstorms over there in Mississippi right now. Nothing severe once again. We have a severe warning currently in Louisiana. This one's going to be near Wisner. That'll be for $half sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds moving into Harrisonburg. Natchez will eventually be in the path of that. Got a little bit of flooding right now happening near Lafayette. We basically have stationary thunderstorms near the Gulf Coast. Not ideal for your Mother's Day. In South Texas, we do have a new severe warning. It is a considerable threat for Starr County near McAllen here. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour winds, some quarter-sized hail near La Joya. And then we have a severe warning also over near Del Rio, Texas, and that'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. No tornado risk on that storm as of right now. It's pretty outflowy at this point. But I'm definitely watching this storm over here west of Waco. It's going to be producing a lot of hail and wind. Storm chaser Bob Pack is looking at it right now from Gatesville. And Gatesville is going to be under the gun here for some pretty large hail here in about probably 10 minutes or so. 10, 15 minutes from now.
Max, we're going in for round 2. Hopefully the windshield's greater.
Definitely rotation right behind me here too.
All right, well, I guess Ryan Scholl, the Hailinator's going in, guys. The Hailinator is heading into this storm out here.
Max, we're going in for round 2.
West of Brownwood.
Windshield's cratered by the end of it.
There's a lot of hail falling in there. I don't know what the size is. Tornado Pagey, I know, is going to be driving through some of the hail core here in a minute. Oh, no, they already are. So they're driving through a hail core as we speak here. In McCulloch County, I think, Texas, just south of Brownwood. This will be heading into Brown County here shortly. We're losing connection, but you can see that hail. It's a fairly large area. All that black basically representing hail. We could also go to the MRMS radar product and look at the hailstone sizes on there. Just within the last few minutes. It's a pretty large swath of hail. The most significant of that is going to be up here near it's Farm to Market Road 765. Heading towards US Highway 377. Got some pretty suspicious clouds over here in Gatesville, Texas. The storm still is producing hail to the size of 2 inches or so. Not that this is related to severe weather, guys, but this is pretty crazy. It is technically severe in a way. But if we go over to the satellite product, this is something that you can also look at in the Weatherfront app. You can actually look at Florida. There is a fire going on right now. This is fire temperature satellite. There's a fire that is happening just outside of Pembroke's near Miami. Another really crazy tool here. Identify the day, land, and fire map here as well, and you can see that on satellite. It's pretty crazy. Some sort of wildfire happening there. Out here in Texas, I don't see any fires, at least anything major. Weatherfront app looks clean. It is so clean. The satellite imagery, again, I've never seen anything look so crisp inside of an app. You can see everything. This is free, by the way. This thing I'm showing you right now, if you get the iOS app, this is literally free inside of the app, this GeoColor satellite. If you want to download Weatherfront, it is the top link in the description below. I do believe they're adding Storm Chasers live in the app sometime in the next week or so. Android and desktop will be coming very soon. I know desktop is coming probably in the next week or two, and then Android will be following that very soon after that. So definitely pretty exciting. This is Storm Chaser Bob Pack on the storm near Gatesville. And then Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl is now punching into the hail core. Starting to drive into some of the tiny hail. Nothing too large yet. The latest radar scan is now estimating up to golf balls again.
Oh my lord, dude.
The wind is pretty strong in here. Florida's in a big time drought? Yeah, it is. Hey, how's the $10 super chat?
I can hardly see in front of me.
Clean out the storm shelter. What's our risk in Jarrell, Texas? Not really looking at much of a tornado risk, but wind and hail will be the big concern. Visibility has dropped substantially here in McCulloch County. It's outside of Richland Springs, Texas. Did Ryan Scholl get his windshield replaced recently? Yes. This is what happens. The hailinator needs to drive into hail. The point of the hailinator. I mean, why not? Might as well. Do not try this at home. At least intentionally.
Whoa!
Just back over to Bob Pack on the storm in Gatesville, Texas. Right now, producing golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Very low tornado risk, at least for the moment. Clouds are very low to the ground. Very minimal wind shear out here today. Hail and wind are definitely the biggest concerns.
Oh my god, it scared the crap out of me, bro.
And Scholl is now getting pounded by hail.
Oh yeah, big one's coming down now.
Jeez. It's on US Highway 377 for reference. Just outside of Milburn, Texas.
At least somewhat. Go.
Hey, Calvin, for the super chat. Max, you should definitely go live more often like this. Even if the tornado risk is low, we enjoy it. We got 35,000 people watching here today. I bet most of you guys are in Texas, if I had to guess, but...
Goodness gracious. Okay, we're turning around so I don't freaking lose a side window.
Here's that fire, by the way, that we were just talking about in Florida, just outside of Miami. You can see actually some of the orange there from the fire. Huge flames. So we got a major fire. This is a view from US Highway 27. I believe the fire smoke is going away from Miami. It's going north and west, which would go into more rural parts of Florida, but either way, pretty concerning. Had many large fires in Florida recently because of the major drought that is ongoing. I'm gonna keep an eye on that. This back over to Scholl, who's getting pounded by hail. You have a degree in weather? I do. I am a degree meteorologist. It says it right there.
Hasn't been insane yet. Yet is the main word here.
A lot of hail, not a lot of large hail at this point. This is not no longer
literally
discrete
right in that
supercells.
hail
It's a
core
little
right
bit
now.
different than before.
It's not crazy. I thought it was gonna be a little crazier.
I think there's a lot of hail coming out, it's just not very large. Tornado Pagey is driving through the north side of it. I don't think they're driving through hail either. The main hail core would be just north of Rochelle. Your US Highway 377 moving directly towards San Saba, Texas. I would say right now the biggest hail concern out of any storm would definitely be this discrete cell that is currently tracking down towards McGregor, just west of Waco. If you live in Waco, we got like this little storm that's been popping up here for about an hour now. Just kind of, it's flirting with the downtown area of Waco. This is the kind of storm that's going to make your mother go crazy because you can't go back outdoors. You got lightning in the vicinity. Not a great thing for Mother's Day. Back over in North Texas, we no longer have any severe warnings. We are watching strong thunderstorms come out of the west right now near Weatherford. I would support a special weather statement for gusty winds for those that live in Weatherford and also Rome and Azle. A little surprised we don't have a special weather statement here. Outside of that, I'm not seeing anything too concerning. Quite a bit of lightning, heavy rain could reduce visibility, so that'll be a concern here soon. Severe weather may increase again. We'll have to just wait and see what happens. This cluster of thunderstorms near Brady, Texas, north of Llano and Mason, is continuing to be very outflow dominant, but we are monitoring a threat right now of damaging winds and hail that will be moving towards Austin and Killeen in the next few hours. And we just went to Category 4 hurricane status. That was an accident.
Oh, God. Hold on. Oh, God. This is going to be pretty bad, isn't it?
Ryan Scholl
oh, my God.
is now getting pounded by hail. The hail core just blew up again on this latest scan right over US Highway 377 near Milburn, Texas. Here we go again. Thank you, Darren, for becoming a member.
Big ones coming in.
His side windows are getting pounded. We need to literally make his name on here like Halinator or something. We need some like special thing. I don't know what it is.
My goodness, dude.
Just got a new severe warning for Starr County, Texas. That's right along the South Texas and Mexico border there. That'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Hidalgo County is also included in that.
I ate my words majorly, man.
Somebody just said, another day, another Ryan Scholl masterclass. Thank you, Olivia, for becoming a member. There is now a new severe warning for this entire area for golf ball-sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds. That includes Mason, Brady, San Saba, and Castell. If you live in Llano, Texas, we got to be watching this closely. Mainly a damaging wind and hail threat. Storm chaser Edgar O'Neill is looking at a giant shelf cloud out in the distance. Storm structure continues to be wild as we are getting closer and closer to sunset. It'll get harder and harder to see things, but at least for the time being, there's visibility of these storms right now. We have a new severe warning here, or not a new one, but still a continuation of a severe warning for those that live near Del Rio. Damaging winds are getting a little bit more intense over near US Highway 277. It'll down the line go towards Uvalde, Texas, and we also just got a new severe warning in Mississippi for Meridian and Hickory. This is producing some half-dollar sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. The tornado risk on this storm is pretty much non-existent right now. But we'll continue to monitor that as it continues to track very slowly to the east. Otherwise, right along the Mississippi River Valley, mostly looking at damaging winds. If any storms do end up going severe, I think it'll be mostly just strong thunderstorms along the Mississippi River this evening. We go back over to our SPC outlook for tonight. There's a slight risk for those in Greenville, Monroe, Jackson, but most of those storms will be later this evening, so it shouldn't really impact any sort of Mother's Day festivities that you have ongoing. And we do have a marginal threat in Florida, but most of that severe weather should be winding down there. The greatest concern will definitely be in Texas for the next few hours. Also, there will be a new SPC outlook here at approximately 8 o'clock Central Time, so they'll be out in an hour. We still have a low tornado risk all across the south side there of DFW back into Abilene. Abilene, though, we're done with the tornado threat. Any sort of tornado threat at this point would be mostly confined to this area here. So we're talking Sonora, Austin, maybe even San Antonio, College Station, and Killeen. The biggest threat is going to be damaging winds, which will be very significant. Could easily have damaging winds exceeding 70 miles per hour, maybe at a size 85 miles per hour, and large to very large hail will continue to be a risk. Will definitely be interesting, though, to see. what the new outlook is, and my goodness, Ryan Scholl is just... this hail core is literally over top of him. It hasn't moved. It's just sitting here. Like, if you look at the last few radar scans, bottom right, that circle right there, that is where Ryan Scholl is. Look how the hail core is just sitting on it.
So loud! Ah!
You expected it. I think his windshield's getting more and more cracked as well. I think his windshield's gonna be chocked. The Hailinator is chocked, folks. Is insurance look at this and laugh or what?
My goodness, dude.
I don't think this is covered by insurance. I'm gonna be honest. I don't know. I'm pretty sure all the chasers just pay out of pocket, if I had to guess. I don't know for sure.
Oh my gosh. Dude, it just hasn't, it doesn't end. It just keeps going. I'm not even joking. This hail core just keeps going. This hail core doesn't end, man.
This hail core is relentless,
It
folks.
is sat right over us right now.
Tell him on stream about the Hailinator name. I have. I'm pretty sure he's like already aware of the name.
Windshield's
This
gone,
Hailinator
dude.
name came up like weeks ago. I might need some like Flex Seal or something for that windshield.
Windshield's gone already, so.
His windshield's absolutely chocked. I mean, he's gonna get a new one no matter what. Whoever repairs his windshield
2-inch hail.
must be
at
really
the
happy
thickest
people.
Right now.
That's why these auto repair shops are still in business.
Cracks on
Got
the
people
way.
like Ryan Scholl driving in hailstorms and having to get a new windshield almost every week.
Dude, my car's gonna look like a golf ball.
More peaceful look at this storm is where Edgar O'Neill is. The structure of this thing.
Big and shelfy.
By the way, this is a live shot of that wildfire in Florida right now. It's getting worse. You can see the flames on the right. They are getting larger and larger. If you are an advanced subscriber in the Weatherfront app, you can go to the satellite and look at fire temperature. And it is a very dangerous area. I mean, like right now, we're looking at a fairly dangerous fire here just outside of Miami. Just west of US Highway 27. Look, bottom right side of your screen, you can see that wildfire popping up on map. It's getting larger and larger. Huge flames there on the right. Again, that is all happening live right now. And I just clicked the wrong button. Yeah, that is a major fire right now. We have some thunderstorms off to the north of this. If we go back over to live radar, a lot of thunderstorms off to the north. You can see the fire on literally reflectivity right now. So you can see that fire just exploding. Not a good thing when you see red popping up on reflectivity either. That is some really thick smoke. And mesoscale 1 here. This is the minute-by-minute look at that fire on fire temperature. Not sure if we can see it on satellite or not. Doesn't look like it. Let me see geocolor. I can't really see it clearly on any of those. Yeah, not a good thing, guys. Big fire. Try to see if there's anything else. Yeah, you can see it right there, too. That's another view, by the way. Let me go to this one. This is a new camera view of that fire. That's a huge fire. visible here from the turnpike camera. Looking northbound from Miami-Dade here. And that fire is spreading north. It's not really going into any communities right now, but if it were to impact communities, it'd be near Weston. Not far from the Southwest Ranches area. It is really crazy that we can see it on reflectivity like this. There are some thunderstorms off to the north, and if we were to see cloud ground lightning strikes, which a lot of the time do happen in Florida, it could spark additional fires with how dry it is. So we're gonna have to monitor this closely. We kind of have to hope rain comes down here, but it doesn't look like there's any rain really coming. It's very slow-moving storm activity there. It's not a good thing. You're watching Texas tonight, Max? Texas is the main place under the gun for severe weather tonight. We are going to have a pretty significant severe weather risk down near Austin, San Antonio, Kerrville tonight. Killeen, Waco, all in line right now for a more significant damaging wind threat, possibly some tornadoes as well. Tornado risk will be very low. I want to reiterate that, but if we were to see a tornado, definitely going to be coming out of this line of thunderstorms that's developing. Seeing kind of these little hooks that have developed time and time again, but nothing's really organized, at least to this point. Storm chaser Edgar O'Neill is currently in Richland Springs right now, looking at the giant shelf cloud that is coming into him right now. Some phenomenal structure.
Yeah, we can see the clearing out ahead. We'll see what happens.
Good shot to SW Tour for the $20 super chat. I'd be curious if Ryan's car looks like a golf ball. Also, Safe Light Window Repair says, we love Ryan and we're waiting for you when we're ready. Appreciate the super chat. We need to get a Safe Light sponsorship. That way all of our chasers can be covered for their windshields. That's what we need. We need to make it work. Hey, Janif, the 24-month membership. So proud of how awesome you become. I really appreciate that. Ryan Scholl is still in kind of in the middle of the hail core, but it's mostly now over US Highway 190, moving towards San Saba, Texas. The storm over here near Waco and Gatesville is now entering into the town of Gatesville. It's gotten a lot weaker ever since that storm came out of the south. I know we have storm chaser Bob Pack on this right now, which he actually has a pretty cool view of the storm right now. This is storm chaser Bob Pack. Looking at the storm, there's some trees in the way, but there's a giant shelf behind that tree line.
I wouldn't be surprised to run through a little bit of hail with it. Rear camera.
So keep an eye on him if he gets a clear view of that. Safe Light and Starlink, yeah, we need a sponsorship for both of them. I use Starlink already. I mean, we have, you know, backup internet basically, and Starlink is kind of baked into that. So I use it. Chasers use it. Everybody uses it. Anybody has contacts, either one, have them reach out to us. I keep going to this Category 4 hurricane thing. My goodness, we're not in hurricane season yet. Let's back over to the fire in Florida, where the flames are getting larger and larger on the right. It's not far from some communities. We're gonna continue to watch that in case we, in case it does get close to any communities. It's not far from them, but I think so far it's been contained on that east side. It is a wildfire, though.
I know I'm not going to reach that.
It is spreading north pretty quickly.
I had to set it after spending $900 on an alternator. I had to do it. Today's outing's costing me over $1,000 because of that. Easy, because not only that, it's the data. It's the fuel. It's the data.
Rain is in the forecast soon. I'm not very confident that we're going to see a whole lot of rain in Florida that anytime soon. Like, there'll be some, but just not enough. Florida's been in such a drought this year. They really, I think there's like places that are like 12 inches behind right now. It's bad. This is a storm in San Saba County that is currently producing 60-mile-per-hour winds and some hail.
Pretty incredible storm.
I would agree, Edgar.
For a shelfie.
Hey, Buckeye, for becoming a member. Little shelfie.
Color is incredible in this storm. I'm gonna turn my lights off there.
It's named the Max Road Fire in Florida. Is that actually the name of it? Hey, Reckless for the super chat. Fires are all in the Everglades. Southwest Ranches is where a lot of football players and musicians live. Interesting.
This is the back of the storm over here. Okay. Now that wind's cooler. That's pushing out. It's not inflow.
Is there a drought in Florida? There is. It's pretty bad too.
That's east in that direction.
Yeah, it's a pretty bad drought right now.
West.
And unfortunately, it's not going to get much better. If we go over to like the long-term computer models here, just going like beyond today, going into like the long term. You can also look at this on the Weatherfront app with the top link in the description below. This is like our future radar here for the next several days. So this is going into tomorrow, going into Sunday, or sorry, not Sunday, going into Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Like there will be some scattered showers and thunderstorms, but there's not going to be much down there. It's going to be really dry for a while, and actually most of the country will be dry during the middle of this week, and then severe weather will make a big return by Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and even Sunday. We're going to probably see a lot more severe weather by the weekend. I'm looking at some pretty big severe weather events by next weekend. We're going to have probably a much larger scale outbreak happen sometime around May 16th to 20th. It looks like it's going to get really active. And I don't know if we're going to have a video tomorrow talking about it or Tuesday, but one of the next 2 days we'll have a video talking all about that upcoming weather pattern trend that it does look pretty concerning. And man, look at this fire, guys. On the right there, very bright flames. That is a huge fire. Just outside of Miami right now. So again, in a forest, it's a wildfire, but imagine all the wildlife that lives there too. Hey, Cylindro for the sewer chat. The fire is currently 3,000 acres, and yes, it is the Max Marimer Fire. They also the 7-month VIP Velocity membership. There's a video shot there on the left side. You can kind of see it from the communities there. Oz, maybe. It's possible. I might do some courses at some point. We'll see. We got a couple new severe thunderstorm warnings in Texas. We have a new one north of Houston. We got one for the Livingston area that's been ongoing. We have another one also near Montgomery, both of them producing quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds, basically not moving, so the flooding risk is going to be more elevated. We also just got a new severe warning near Killeen, Texas, for some quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is currently moving down to the south. So if you live in Killeen, near Temple, definitely stay alert. Temple, Texas, you're going to be directly in line for this area of significant wind and also a possibility of some large hail. The most concerning area of thunderstorms at this hour is still over near Brady. There's a lot of hail falling with this. There is also going to be an elevated risk of damaging winds. I would say the tornado risk is pretty low. It is not zero, but it is definitely on the low side of things. I know Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is going to be, it looks like, driving back into the hail here shortly. Maybe. I think they are. I don't know if they're going south or north. I couldn't tell. If they're going south, they'll be driving right into it. They just had cloud ground lightning on their stream a second ago.
Well, that was a close bowl.
They're on Farmer Market Road at 45. And they are going south. So they are heading directly into this supercell here. Thank you, Married, for the $50 super chat. Tex Pro, Auto, and Diesel. Pay for Elenator's new front glass. Married, if you want, reach out to Ryan Scholl. Reach out to him on like Twitter or something like that, or on YouTube. Thank you for the super chat. I really appreciate that, by the way. Hey, Paulo for the super chat. Flying to Houston tomorrow from Lubbock, driving to Corpus, and then Brownsville. Is that looking for early Monday? Monday shouldn't be anything too crazy. We'll go back to them in a second once they're a little bit closer to the storm. Curious, do you change your lights to orange for hail, red to tornadoes? No, it's actually supposed to be yellow. So yellow is for severe warnings. This is for tornado possible. This is for tornado warning. This is for PDS. And then this is for tornado emergency. Those are the different lighting conventions. Look at that hail core. This thing's blowing up again here. This is like a very large area of hail now. I think a lot of it's small at this point, since it's not discrete. It's not one updraft really anymore. It's just a bunch of updrafts. But if we go over to the hail radar, I think it'll be mostly smaller hailstone sizes now. Well, maybe not. Radar's estimating up to baseballs again here near Richland Springs. So there's a possibility we have hail to the size of baseballs moving to Richland Springs, Texas right now. San Saba, Babyhead, you guys are in the path of this. What a name. So Babyhead, Texas, watch out, guys. We got Tornado Pagey currently en route for this thing. We'll put them on the bottom right side of your screen. Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, going to talk about the future of tonight. It seems like we are starting to shift out of a severe weather threat, and this is what the ARRR looks like for the rest of the night. So we're going to start to see those storms congeal into a line here across central Texas before eventually moving west-southwest and moving out of Texas. But what we're going to have to start watching here soon is this area storms that's popping up north of Houston. If we take a look at the Weather Prediction Center, we do actually have a slight risk of flash flooding today in parts of central Texas. This does include the DFW Metroplex, and this is going to be one of the main threats we're talking about here relatively soon. If we go over to the radar right now, look at this area storms that's popping up right now, basically all the way from College Station over to the edge of Texas and Louisiana. These storms are moving just a little bit to the north, but they're actually mostly stationary, and eventually they are going to be pushed back off to the south by the outflow boundary and the confluence band that are also moving south. This is going to lead to an increasing flash flooding threat, and I actually do think that our flash flooding threat is going to be a little bit more significant than what we originally thought it was going to be. It seems like we're probably going to see a little bit of scattered flash flooding, but I would expect we're going to see more widespread significant flash flooding, especially if we do see these storms sit here over the same areas and just continue dumping rain. The amount of rain that we're seeing per hour is already around 1 to 2 inches. Some places in the higher reflectivity areas, we're seeing up to 3 inches of rain. That's something that's only going to get worse as we continue throughout the night. And once again, remember, these storms are going to push off to the north and then come back down to the south, leading to basically more rain in the areas that have already seen rain, even if it already stopped.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. Flooding is definitely going to be a concern tonight. Thank you, Donna, for becoming a member. Also, shout out to Todd with the $20 super chat. If you don't have Max Alert, you need it. I've gotten Max Alerts up to 20 minutes for our local E911 alerts. Great job, Max. I appreciate that. There's a good reminder that, again, if you've not already signed up for Max Alert, this can be very helpful for like a day like today, too, because Max Alert isn't just about the warnings. It also gives you lightning detection data. So if there's like lightning in your area, you can even get text for that. If you want to sign up for Max Alert, it's on the left side of your screen. You can scan the QR code or go to maxalert.net to sign up today. It's a very amazing service that we offer here. A lot of you guys have signed up for it. A lot of you have also received warnings well ahead of time or right around when they get issued. So definitely recommend checking it out. Tornado Page is about to punch into this hail core again near Richland Springs, Texas. The severe warning here has been upgraded to tennis ball sized hail. So we are back up to tennis ball sized hail near Richland Springs. There's also a risk right now of damaging winds up to 70 miles per hour. This is going to go towards Lampasas and Lametta, Texas. So very damaging hailstorm, along with damaging winds being very significant. Down the line, it is going to head towards Austin. This is moving southeast at about 35 miles per hour or so. I'm going to try to track this out for you guys to have an idea of where this is going to be or when it's going to arrive to your location. It's got a new severe warning too. I'll go to that in a second. Here's kind of like a little line here. Maybe approximate. Southeast at about, I'll do like 40, 43 miles per hour or so. And then we'll do a little spread here. I'm going to put the locations there. Let me go back to the one cam view so you can see it. So this is just over the next hour or so. If we go 2 to 3 hours, Austin should be a CEC storm sometime around, I would say about 9:30 or so, 9:45 is kind of the ETA right now. Might be a bit sooner than that, but generally speaking, we're looking at for timing. San Antonio will be around the same time. These storms will become a lot more clustered by this point. As Riley was just showing you on the future radar, like the storms are going to get more and more widespread. They're still kind of clustered together in certain clusters. Like we got one here, we got one here, we got another one near Brady. But they will begin to get more and more clustered together here down the line, becoming much larger line of thunderstorms. New severe warning here for Llano, Marble Falls, south of Lampasas. That'll be for 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball sized hail. This is a considerable severe warning for Burnett, Llano, and Blanco counties. We are back up to 11 severe thunderstorm warnings. We have one for Grims, Montgomery, and Walker counties. And that should pop up here in a second. The severe warning for Waco has been downgraded here, or just west of Waco. It's down to quarters and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that's not nearly as significant as before. Where's that Walker County severe warning? Is it this right here? I don't know if they issued a severe warning somewhere and I'm just not seeing it. Everybody know where that new warning is? I might be tripping. I don't see it. Hey, noob for the super chat. Llano? Oh, is it Llano, Texas? Hey, that's the one thing I remember from Spanish class. Double L's means a Y. That's what I remember from Spanish class. It's about the only thing I remember. I'm not going to lie. I don't really remember a whole lot about Spanish. And I took like 4 Spanish classes. Well, you just gave me the pronunciation for baby head. Thank you. I didn't know that one already. Shout out to Randy with the $10 super chat. When's everything going to hit Georgetown, Texas, and how bad will it be? I think Georgetown's going to get hit sometime around 9:30 or so with the most significant storms. So I would say 9:30. We're definitely looking at a very significant damaging wind threat. As the sun is now fully set in Florida, this fire looks kind of scary looking here west of Miami, Florida. Wow. It keeps getting worse and worse. This is about 3,000 acres for a fire right now. 3,000 acres. That new severe warnings for Huntsville, just north of Willis. That'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We do have a new SPC outlook that has just come out. We'll have details on it here in a second. I believe they have maintained both the enhanced risk of severe weather and the tornado threat. So we'll have those details here in a second once the new outlook comes out. We still have a level 3 out of 5 enhanced risk of severe weather in Texas for tonight. I believe that's going to be driven by damaging winds. Here's that tornado risk. Let me see. I don't think it's populated on here yet. It'll populate on Weatherfront here in a second, but here's the tornado risk. So it does look like they've maintained a tornado threat in Texas. Let me see if I can get some exact cities for this. Go to the state. Not sure if the state outlooks have it yet. Yeah, so there is still a tornado risk. They have condensed it. So Waco, north of Austin, are still in a 2% tornado risk for tonight, which means a low-end chance for a tornado still exists. I wouldn't rule out something as far south as Austin or San Antonio. I just think the risk is pretty low. Then everything else will update here in a second. This was the previous tornado risk. So we did have a 5% near Abilene. Talked about that in this morning's video about how they might add a 5%. They did end up adding a 5%. While we wait for that, Edgar O'Neill has another incredible view of the structure here before sun does set here in Texas. This is the storm here near San Saba. Thank you also the $10 super chat saying big shout out to Max and Riley, mods and team behind the scenes. Here's a small contribution to your cleaning costs after the diabolical smoothie rollover from a week or two ago. Well, I appreciate that. I think that Discord notification was Edgar O'Neill. That was not me, and it was not anybody else, I don't think. So I think that's what that was. make me check my Discord. Hager has some massive cow. Oh, he's muscular. I would radio into Edgar, but I don't think he'll hear me if I radio into him. Somebody in my chat just said you're super buff. I don't know. I don't know if his phone is in his car though. That has his radio on it.
I gave him a little flex.
Thank you for that. Jacked velocity.
But this storm is gorgeous. Just beautiful.
You are too. Hey, Dan, for the super chat. Did you see that show After the Storm? There's a
You're
new
making
series.
me blush, bro.
Has a new Storm series, Storm Chasers Edition. I haven't watched it yet. No. Oh my goodness. Everyone's so shocked. Drake, May. It is actually, it's May's day. It's May 10th. It's Drake May Day, if you will. Incredible. You guys should go to our website and tell us where you're tuning in from right now. Go to reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's a link in the description too. The link's on your screen right here too. Click the location report button and click where you're tuning in from and submit it to us. It'll pop up on our map. I'm kind of curious where everybody's tuning in from right now. I feel like our map is going to show a lot of people in Texas, if I had to guess. And go to this website here and click the location button and you can submit where you guys are tuning in from to our stream. I would be really surprised if we did not have a lot of people tuning in from Texas right now. I feel like most people are tuning in from Texas. We shall see. All right, let's see if that new Outlook has come out. Here you go. So here's that new Outlook for tonight. Here's the interactive map. You can also view this inside of the free Weatherfront app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. It's only on iOS right now, but it is coming to Android and desktop soon. We do have an enhanced risk of severe weather still in place for Brady, Killeen, Waco, Austin, College Station, a slight risk near Houston, San Antonio, San Angelo, Brownwood, Uvalde, and then a lower end threat for anybody else. So Memphis, Tennessee, back into Jackson, Shreveport, Dallas, Laredo, and as well as McAllen. The main concern is still significant damaging winds that'll exceed 70 to 80 miles per hour at times. There is also a risk of significant hail still near Killeen, Waco, and Brady for the next 1 to 2 hours, and then the tornado threat is low. That stretches from about Ozona, Sororna, and Rockdale back towards College Station. I still would not rule out a brief tornado potential down here as far south as San Antonio. Keep in mind, we've had tornadoes outside of these tornado risks before. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but definitely don't rule out something that catches you off guard here this evening. And this is pretty funny. This is our heat map here of where everybody's tuning in from right now. We got about 1,000 of you that are sharing your location. Most people are in DFW right now, but we do have quite a fair share of people right on that I-35 corridor. A little hot spot over there also near San Saba and surrounding areas, but Killeen, Belton, Austin, Waco. We got a lot of people tuning in just in kind of random areas across the Midwest and the Ohio Valley this evening. Some people over in DC, got some people in Florida too. I actually wonder if any of these people are near that wildfire. Yeah, we got a few people tuning in near that wildfire right now that we've been watching on this camera here near the turnpike. Major wildfire happening there, over 3,000 acres at this point. It's called the Max Road Fire. So we've been keeping an eye on that situation. The severe warning here for San Saba, still for tennis ball sized hail. It is just south of US Highway 190, tracking towards Babyhead, Buchanan Lake Village, and Llano, Texas. So we're watching you guys closely. Back over in the DFW area, we got some storms rolling in now. Nothing severe, which is good news. That's mostly just some gusty winds and some very small hail. It's moving into Fort Worth, Dallas, and Denton right now. If you guys live over near Weatherford, you're probably hearing some thunder. Quite a bit of lightning out there near Bridgeport. But nothing severe with this. I think the severe weather risk for the Dallas-Fort Worth area, very low at this moment. But we'll keep an eye on those storms in case they do try to do anything funny. Storms down here near Houston are moving so slowly. The flooding risk is going to be very elevated. This is a 3-hour radar in terms of precipitation. And just to the south of Shepherd, Texas, there's been upwards of at least 2 inches of rain that's fallen. I'm not even sure how accurate this is. I think it's definitely higher than that. This is just the 1-hour rainfall accumulation. We've had 2 inches of rain in 1 hour outside of New Waverly and Richards. That's a lot of rain coming down. This is the MRMS radar product. Let me see if I can get a 3-hour loop. Yeah, 3 hours is not very accurate. Last 24 hours, there's been a boatload of rain. Dallas-Fort Worth, north of Dallas-Fort Worth, saw over 3 to 4 inches of rain just in the last 24 hours. We had a lot of rain this morning. Pretty impressive. Look at all the lightning over the last 60 minutes, too. Been a lot of lightning, especially in these like little purple blobs out there. It's like our last 15-minute lightning density. And we can also go over to the hail tracks so far today. And so these are where the hailstorms have gone. For an enhanced risk of severe weather, this has been fairly accurate. I mean, we've had multiple major hailstorms so far occur. The most significant ones have started, or did start near Big Spring, and the other ones started near Breckenridge. And they've all tracked to the southeast. We've had some hailstorms elsewhere.
But all these towns, and there's all these Mexican restaurants, and it's just making me so hungry.
Is Edgar talking to me? I could barely hear him. Did you guys hear him? I could not hear him.
Driving through all these towns, and there's all these Mexican restaurants, and it's just making me so hungry.
Bro. Oh my goodness. All right. He's getting hungry from all the Mexican restaurants. Honestly, that sounds pretty good right now. A good burrito. Maybe a taco. Tacos. Tacos sound pretty good right now. Hey, Janice, are we becoming a member? If you find any good Mexican food, give it to me. This is a, wow, all right, we got some big hail damage, guys, from our chasers. This is Storm Chaser Jacob McMillan, who has lost part of his mirror of his car. It took the mirror cover off somehow during the hailstorm or wind or something.
Will do.
And then this here.
For Bryce and Paige, but yeah, you should also come. Just come, Max. You can get on that private jet, head this way.
Oh, what he said. It's so quiet in my head. This is Ryan Schultz windshield, though. Ryan Schultz windshield is absolutely cooked. The Hailinator is gone. Hey, Short, for the $25 super chat, go get some food dashed to you. Honestly, it sounds like a good idea. What do you guys think? I should actually get Mexican food. There's a local Mexican restaurant here that's really good. Hey, Riley, why don't you order me some Mexican food? Sounds like the play right now. Trying to figure out what common Mexican food entree should I get? I don't know what I should get. Like, this is a local place. List something that sounds really good, and I'm just gonna order it. Keep in mind, I'm not a big fan of sour cream or pico de gallo. Anything else I'm fine with, for the most part. Enchiladas. Berea. I got Berea last time. Berea's really messy. Thank you, Brent, for the super chat. Just tell me when you're ready to run some Fortnite, bro. Enchiladas for the super, or enchiladas. Yeah, enchiladas I think I'm gonna go with. I don't know if I've ever had an enchilada. I'm not gonna lie. What's in an enchilada? Thank you, Aiden, for becoming a member. Street tacos. Tacos don't sound bad either. I don't know. One of those two things I think we're gonna go with. Somebody just said chicken nuggets. Yeah, I'm gonna get a local Mexican restaurant specialty, chicken nuggets. Sounds like a great idea. I'm gonna order straight off the kids menu. Apparently, Jacob McMillan's Starlink was damaged from the hail as well today. Got a new severe thunderstorm warning not far from Uvalde, Texas. That'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Rock Springs, Bracketville, Campwood all included in this. Straight chicken nuggets. My goodness. Now, that would be something. Hey, Mons for the super chat. When is Clean going to get hit with hail? I don't know if you're going to get a whole lot of hail, but if you get hit with anything, it'll be within the next hour or two. Unfortunately, you guys are going to be under the crosshairs of maybe some flooding because we got these very slow-moving storms coming out of your north, and we also have some storms out of the west, which are kind of pushing that direction too. You can actually see the outflow boundary here, guys. Look at that. That outflow boundary is racing through Austin right now. Or racing towards Austin. So some gusty winds will be quickly coming in over there near Austin. Got some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in from these storms today. Here's a video from Eastland County, Texas, just outside of Ranger, of a bunch of hail coming down. A lot of hail, but a lot of it being small. Huge shout out to Logan for the $20 super chat saying Pastor Tacos for life. I don't even know what that is. Hey, Carrie for the super chat. Here's a photo from Brevard County, Florida. Wow. That is incredible. There was a severe warning here earlier. But we were, I don't know if we were live when it was severe. There was a severe warning. I think that's a cruise ship right there, right? This is near Cape Canaveral. That is a cruise ship, I believe. Imagine being on I was actually on a cruise ship back in December, and we had a storm in Miami. I was going out, I think it was out of Miami. I was going out of Miami, I believe. It was really cool. We saw like a storm as we were taking off. Wasn't anything that crazy, but it was pretty cool to see it like over open water. There's a photo from Eddy, Texas. Some low-hanging clouds, kind of sus. This is from Coryell County. Some ominous skies, and then a large shelf here over in Paris, Texas. And we got another photo. It's from Colorado County, Texas. Wow. That's some crazy lightning. If you guys have any photos and videos, you can send it in to us. QR code's on your screen. It is also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Good shout out to Wall for the $20 super chat. I don't know when an enchilada should be illegal. Or I don't know, man. I usually get my quesadillas and tacos. That's all I usually get. Bro, what? The place that I like getting Mexican food from is closed. That is so terrible. No! I was really excited. Now I'm not. I don't know what to get anymore. There's other local places, but that was the one I wanted to get food from. That is so saddening. Riley's on the search right now for other Mexican restaurants that might have good ratings. I did forget. I mean, it is Mother's Day. It might be because of that. I don't know. Try somewhere new. It sounds like I am. Looking at all the different places. Why? I like how Wawa is on there. I like how Wawa is just on there for Mexican food. Like, bro, I'm not going to get Wawa to have some authentic Mexican food. Wawa's great. Don't get me wrong, but I don't know why it pops up on DoorDash. Thank you, Ginger, for the sewer chat. Hot dogs sound good right now. Storm Chaser, Tornado Pagey's riding through San Saba, Texas. San Saba's actually kind of cool, guys. I don't know if you've ever been here. It's like a cool little small town. Just west of Killeen. All right, we found a place.
Exactly 1 hour from Killeen.
Found a place. We found a local place. We're getting some local
for food.
Mexican food.
Food. Let's look for. Oh, why does everything close at 8? What does this mean?
It closed at 8.
The Shed. The restaurant called the Shed. Ooh, this
Riley,
one
do they have a?
What is it?
Mexican
They don't have chips and
restaurant?
salsa?
It is.
What Mexican restaurant doesn't have chips and salsa? Are we being for real?
I think so.
Like it was clean
Yeah.
and simple. Melted, maybe?
Do they even have salsa?
Yeah.
Bro. Alright, well maybe try something else.
There, let's give it a
Bro,
shot.
there's no way they don't have chips and salsa. I mean, even Taco Bell doesn't have chips and salsa, I don't think. Alright, we found a different one. Going with some other local place. They have chips and salsa at the top there. I've seen empanadas. I know what they are now. Thank you, Katie, for the sewer chat. Threats for San Marcos tonight should be mainly a damaging wind threat. The most significant storms are the ones near Llano and Marble Hills, or Marble Falls. They're taking a little bit of time to get to you guys near the I-35 corridor. Right now, 70-mile-per-hour winds and tennis ball-sized hail are the greatest concerns. We add the chips and salsa. So, guys, we're getting chips and salsa. Apparently, the chips and salsa are BOGO. Now, that is a deal. All right, and then what else do we get? They have street corn. Street corn sounds pretty good. They have churros. I really want churros. Or how do they have no churros? Doing that. Riley, get me something else. Give me one of those entrees I told you. You should get queso with your chips too. Do they have that? I don't know what this place has. Look and see if there's quesos too. The churros are in front of my face. I didn't see them. Switch that dessert to churros if you can find it. Yeah, that BOGO means buy one, get one free. Apparently they have that on the chips and salsa. Hey, Peter, for the sewer chat, any threat for Argyle or Denton? I think Argyle and Denton are mostly just looking at some strong thunderstorms. This is nothing crazy. So if you live in DFW, I think we're good in the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I got some lightning, some strong winds. If anything changes, we'll let you know. I mean, the storms are rolling through in the next 15, 20 minutes. But nothing too concerning right now for the Dallas-Fort Worth area. Back over here in San Saba County, we just got a new severe thunderstorm warning. That one will replace the old warning. This will go for approximately an hour, so until 7:45 or 8:45 Central Time for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And there's also a risk of some golf ball-sized hail. That is currently tracking to the east right now. Eventually going towards Killeen. Killeen, Texas will eventually be in the path of that. Hey, Rexy for the $10 super chat. Does Bee Cave look like it's going to get hail or just heavy rain and wind? Where's Bee Cave at? Speaking of bees, guys, we're about to have bats take off.
Perfect. Dry.
We're about to have bats take off over here. I think they actually might be taking off right now. Possibly. I'm not sure yet. Bats are going to be taking off while we have storms approaching. So we'll actually see that on radar here soon. Should be pretty interesting. All right, I am getting Bandera enchiladas. Am I getting enchiladas or am I getting empanadas? What am I getting? What did you guys say I'm getting in the chat? Rice, beans, and a small salad? Enchiladas? Okay, I'm getting enchiladas, apparently. Apparently it comes with a salad. This is gonna be one expensive DoorDash order. I'm getting a lot of stuff. It's just like, I don't know how much, at least it's a small business, but like, we have, right now we have chips and salsa, which are BOGO, which is kind of cool. What else is there? We got churros, and then we have enchiladas. Was there queso, Riley? That was like somewhat cheap or no? Shout out to Sugar with the $10 super chat. You covered the tornado that hit Kankakee a while back. Your stream helped keep my family safe, and your pronunciation made us laugh. I now watch you regardless of the weather near me. Keep it up. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat. Yeah, we're actually going to be, we're working on right now a Kankakee documentary, guys. We will have a little documentary video coming out at some point. It'll be on our second channel, More Max Velocity. But which we'll make announcements whenever it's going to be coming out. It's going to take a little bit of time, but we're aiming towards the end of the month for that to be out. We're putting a lot of time into it, so that'll be pretty exciting. Guys, do I get, okay, so I'm currently looking at a $40 DoorDash order with all the food I'm getting. Do I get queso for $10? Are we going crazy? It comes with chorizo. Yes or no in the chat? Do we get it? It's gonna be one heck of a DoorDash order. I'd never spend that much money on DoorDash. So it's a local place though, so I'm kind of curious on how the quality is. Thank you, Arthur, for becoming a member. All right, we're getting it. So get that queso with chorizo. I already said yes. It's a scam. Well, we're also ordering like 5 different things. We have an entree, we have a dessert, we have something else. The first one, Riley. Yeah, that one. All right, that's one crazy order. We'll have a full-blown food review whenever it gets here. It's a 6-course meal? Bro, after tip, this is going to come out to $60. Oh, my God. $60 for food is insane for one person. Thank you, Wah, for the $10 super chat, and also Short for the super chat. Yeah, Riley, that's fine. Oh, goodness. Thank you, Die for the 5 get to memberships. Really appreciate that. You gotta get to membership. Make sure to thank him in the chat. Also, shout out to us for the super chat. I want to shout Riley and Entree too. You're a legend, Riley. Keep up the amazing work. And yes to the queso. Riley is currently in finals week, so he's very occupied. But after this, he's graduating. So he's almost done. And after that, you'll see him more than you already have on our streams and stuff because he won't be super occupied. We have a new severe warning here near Huntsville, Texas. That'll be for quarter-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds just south of Madisonville, north of Houston. Hey, Shannon for the super chat. You don't know the place starts small? No, we ball. Yeah, we're just balling out here. Hey, Mark for the super chat. What about a smoothie? I did not get a smoothie. They had milkshakes, though, but I'm not getting a milkshake. Thank you, Abe, for the $10 super chat. How's it going, Eli from Minnesota? Shout out to Woa for the 10 gifted memberships. Somebody's in the chat there for Woa. Or Wah. We got some storms now starting to pop up here just outside of Round Rock, Texas, right near our outflow boundary. Nothing severe here at all, but if those storms do intensify at all, we could see a large hail threat increase over near Round Rock, Texas. Hey, Daniel for the $20 super chat. By the way, if you guys are new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below. We are closing in right now on 1.94 million subscribers. There's a chance we could hit 2 million subscribers by the end of the month. It is possible. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Montgomery and Walker counties in Texas. I believe that's going to be for this storm here. Very slow-moving thunderstorms over near Willis. Not really going any specific direction. That one's going southeast, or trying to, with a little bit of hail and wind, just north of Conroe. Thank you, Daniel, for the $20 super chat. Thank you, Derek, for the super chat. Where's Bastrop, Texas? I don't know where that is. We're back up to 12 severe warnings again. The radar site near San Antonio, unfortunately, is currently down. That's not ideal. At least there's some radar sites nearby. That radar site is currently out. We have a new severe warning here for Montgomery and Walker counties, and as well as Polk County. This one's for Polk County for more half-dollar sized hail. That is slowly moving to the north towards Seven Oaks and Corrigan. Best place for weather info. I appreciate that. Yeah, we are live again. I was kind of on the edge about going live today at all, with just kind of how things looked in terms of at least the tornado threat. This is kind of another one of those days, though, that we're live for more of a major hail and wind day. We've had hail as large as the size of 4 inches today, so I mean, this has been a pretty damaging day of hail, no doubt about that. Apparently, there was some lightning behind the camera on this this wildfire camera in Florida. We've been watching this wildfire explode in size just outside of Miami, and there's been some lightning. There's actually some thunderstorms off to the north. I'm not sure if that's going to help, put some water over the fire sort of thing, but it does not look like that's very likely right now. And if we go over to that fire here in Florida, you can actually track this in the free Weatherfront app. We have this fire that has gone up here just outside of Fort Lauderdale. We have some thunderstorms coming out of the north and west. And we can also use the satellite to actually see the fire. We can go to the fire temperature, satellite product here, and you can see how significant this fire has been. It looks like it's getting a little bit less significant, but definitely is still a large blaze. This has gone over about 3,000 acres now near US Highway 27, south of I-75. So still a pretty significant fire. A lot of wildfire smoke reaching up to I-75 now and right along US Highway 27. Get some lightning out in the horizon there. With some pretty modest thunderstorms across southeast Florida this evening. How does College Station look? It was just upgraded to enhanced. Should be mainly a damaging wind threat. We got this large cluster of thunderstorms all congealing now, mostly into damaging winds. Not a whole lot of a tornado threat here at the moment. Some hail is going to remain possible. Thank you, Aiden, for the $20 super chat. What does Tyler, Texas look like tonight? Tyler, we're looking at mainly just some thunderstorms. I don't think there'll be anything too severe there. Thank you, Maria for the super chat. Try Wawa Tacos and do a food review. I've never had Wawa Tacos. I didn't even know they had tacos. Hey, Short for the super chat. I'll do that maybe on another stream, though. I already placed my order, and the order is for $60 of food, which is absurd. So, if we go over to the future radar here for tonight, this is kind of our general idea of timing and where the storms are going to be located. Let's go over to the future here. So this is approximately where the storms are right now. So by about 9 o'clock, this is going to continue to congeal into a large cluster of thunderstorms. We'll have some discrete cells out in front of that line around 9 o'clock. By 10 o'clock, this will continue to crash to the south and east. San Antonio should get hit by storms no later than about 10:30. Might be sooner than that, though. Austin will be getting hit by storms probably no later than 10 as well. More likely than not sooner than that. Same thing with Waco, really anywhere along that I-35 corridor. Some strong thunderstorms will continue in and around Dallas, Fort Worth, and kind of across southern North Texas. And then as we head into the late evening and overnight hours, these storms will continue to be a pretty intense line. Damaging winds and hail. I keep flipping up the map upside down. This will be mostly a damaging wind and hail threat by about midnight. Tornado threat very low. And then overnight hours. Let me go to this model run here. So overnight hours by 2 to 3 in the morning, those storms will start to weaken as they approach Houston, McAllen, Texas, and they'll basically fall apart here near the I-10 corridor overnight, just east of Houston. And then tomorrow, we have another risk of severe weather across the deep south and the southeast. We're looking at isolated damaging winds, maybe an isolated thunderstorm out there that produces a brief tornado near the east coast from like Melbourne, Florida, back up into Charleston. I'd say the risk is pretty low. Myself, I will be at Disney World, I think, tomorrow. I am taking the day off entirely. I don't even know if we're going to have a video yet, but I am taking the day off tomorrow. So I will not be covering whatever happens tomorrow. It does not look to be that significant anyways. Tomorrow right now is a low threat of severe weather. We got a large marginal threat from New Orleans back into Charleston with a tiny 2% risk, basically from Daytona Beach, Florida, back into Charleston near Myrtle Beach. That's what live radar looks like right now. The vision for the $10 super chat. Do you think this will lose its hail energy before it hits Austin? I do think it will. There is still a possibility that these storms will produce hail. Probably not nearly as destructive as it's been over in central Texas today. Bats. Yeah, we got bats taking off right now. So the bats are taking off north of San Antonio. We got a few different patches of them. Oh man, we got bats taking off, I think, right there. Maybe? Or no, that is not bats. Just kidding. That is just rain. Looking to see the bats sometimes take off near Temple too. But I don't see any right now. Here's another view of that big fire right now west of Miami. Wow. Hey, Austin, the one gift of membership. How long will I be gone? I live in Florida, so I will not be gone that long. It's only gonna be tomorrow. No, it's not a vacation. I mean, it kind of is a vacation, not really though. I mean, I literally live here, so. I have a couple reports coming in recently. Within the last 10 minutes, there was a report here from about Temple, Texas, that there's a short-lived funnel cloud with this storm that is currently dropping south near Flat. It's going down towards Temple. It is very well struggling to stay up to par with this outflow boundary. It's too far down to the south, but a storm spotter there that reported a brief funnel cloud there. We've also had some recent reports of tennis ball-sized hail reported over in Flat, Texas. More recently, golf ball-sized hail was reported from Mason Murr, south of San Saba, and that storm's currently tracking towards Austin. Hey, Todd, for the 11 months, enchiladas are awesome. I'm about to find out. Food ain't going to arrive for like an hour, I don't think, but we'll see. Somebody just said they saw a funnel in Colleen. Interesting. Here's our updated map here of people tuning in right now. So we got 1,500 people sharing their location. Most of them in Dallas, Fort Worth, or along the I-35 corridor. We got some near Houston, and then everywhere else, it's just kind of spread out. A high population density here in DFW tonight. Got a lot of people near Round Rock checking in tonight, and also near Belton. Put the bats back on. Let's see. I don't know if we have any other like bat locations. The radar site near San Antonio is out, so we can't really see the bats from everywhere. Here's a good view of bats right here near Uvalde. You can see the bats diverging away from their cave on radar, and eventually this outflow boundary is going to catch up to where the bats are, and the bats are going to be pushed the other direction. Hey, Maddie, for the $10 super chat. I got the case, so don't worry. Thank you. A handful of letters for the super chat. Egg tacos with hot salsa. Egg tacos? I don't know about that, man. Some strong rotation on those bats. It's not very strong. It's not even rotation. This is actually what you call divergence, which is the opposite of rotation. They're going away from each other. These are diverging winds. aka diverging bats. Most of the storm chasers are winding down for the day, at least over here near Brownwood. I know storm chaser Bob Pack is still out here. Let me see where he's at. He's over near Belton right now. Here's a beautiful view of the storm near Belton, Texas.
Okay.
This is the one near Belton. There was a reported funnel cloud a few minutes ago from a chaser here. Hey, slow for the super chat. Hey, Max, how do I submit my location? You can head over to reports.maxvelocitywx.com, and there's like a location report button to submit your location. A QR code on the bottom right side of your screen is how you submit photos and videos too.
And this is just not wanting to sync back up for some reason.
Hey, Zy for the super chat. Get some fajitas.
Okay. Well, by the time I got the remote camera back up. Okay, so I'll just kind of casually hold this. There's the car that they're supposed to be in right there. Okay. That's the car right there. I think.
Hey, slow for the super chat. Just asking, is Fort Worth and Dallas good to sleep? I do think you guys are good to sleep. Absolutely. Somebody else just asked about Dallas Fort Worth. I think you guys are chilling up there. We had some lightning in the area. We had some strong thunderstorms. I wouldn't be surprised if we have some really tiny cheese curd sized hail coming down in Roanoke right now, but nothing too concerning. Storms in DFW are very modest. Is that a bat supercell? I like sometimes you can see bats taking off. I wish the San Antonio like radar site was on, because you can see the bats taking off right now, very minimally. Like these are bats. That's not rain. That's bats. Like sometimes you can see on radar them like almost inside of the storm or getting pushed away or flying away from the storm. So unfortunately, you can't see that. There's just another bat area here north of San Antonio, but the San Antonio radar site's down right now. Not ideal. We're trying to page you back in slot 1 there. Hey, Vex to the super chat. The storm near Waco is doing has really weird movement. Is it going northwest, which is against the line? Yeah, these storms are very stationary. The storm motion today is kind of all over the place.
So
these storms are like all in an environment today where this is not like a big low pressure system, right? So like a lot of the time when we have like a large low pressure system, what will happen is that the storms will move like northeast or something like that. There will usually be a general storm motion. Sometimes you have left moving storms which go more north. Sometimes you have storms that go more east. In this case, it's a little bit different. There isn't really a low pressure system like at all. It's a very disorganized area of thunderstorms. And so if we go over to this is actually kind of an interesting tool that we can look at. In the Weatherfront app, there's a tool under severe weather, I believe, that is called storm motion. And so generally speaking, today's storm motion is southeast. So most of our storms are going to go southeast. But notice over here, there's not really a whole lot of storm motion. I can take this little probing tool, and it says like these storms down here would be moving at like 10 knots some direction. But with some of these storms being left movers, which are the ones that are moving northwest, those are the elevated ones, those are actually moving in opposite directions. They're going against the general storm motion. So a lot of the time we refer to left movers and right movers. I can actually do I can request a sounding here near Colleen, and I can probably show you the left and right movers. So here's a left mover vector. So that is a northern moving storm. And then the right moving storms are moving southeast. These are based off of different formulas in terms of weather, but they're basically going different directions. And so that's what we're seeing here. And you can actually look at this on a sounding. This is a hodograph, which is generally curved and would be actually favorable for tornadoes, but you can see the wind shear. It's dead. There's like no winds really there in the low levels. Let me go back over to radar here. Let me see if we can find a different example. This is over near Houston. Let me request a sounding here. You can also do this inside of the Weatherfront app, which is pretty cool. So again, left mover would be north right here. Right mover is southeast, very slow. So if a storm's moving north near Houston, it's actually going to be moving faster to the north. Left movers would be moving north at 20 knots, and then a right moving supercell will be going southeast at about 8 knots. So pretty cool data. So just look at this. Anytime that you see, like, I can show you examples here. Like if you look at the storms right now near Waco, you can see this one right here. It's moving southeast. This one's moving north. Look which one's moving faster right now. The one near Huntsville is moving way faster to the north. This one's barely going southeast, moving at a turtle pace. And so this is what we call left mover versus right mover. Honestly, pretty cool. Did I say Waco? I meant Houston. I was looking at Waco. Waco's another example too. I mean, you got this storm moving northwest, and you got some storms that are trying to move southeast. You can look at the sounding here and look at the same thing. So left mover here is moving north, or it says undefined. It's moving north though at 22 knots, and then right mover is moving southeast at 8 knots. So it's almost triple the speed if a storm's going north, basically. And is a left mover. Pretty fascinating. Hey, Slow for the search chat. Me and my family have been watching you for a while, and you saved my cousins from a tornado in Oklahoma, so thank you a lot. Well, I'm glad I could help. That's awesome. And Andy for the super chat. Hand-drawn or a cleaned-up digital version, which do you prefer for the 2 million contest? Honestly, either one. Both are fine. You could actually submit both if you wanted to. Hey, Dan for the $10 super chat. What about the storm approaching Marlin, Texas? Where's Marlin? Anything in Iowa this week? Iowa should ramp up by the end of the week. End of the week, we'll start to see more storms there. I'll have a video either tomorrow or Tuesday talking about it. Marlin is northeast of Waco. Marlin, if you're northeast of Waco, you're chilling. I don't know where Marlin is here. I don't see it. But generally, if you're like over here or anywhere northeast, I think the risk of severe weather will be very low at this point. Thank you, Maisel, for the super chat. I really like when you teach us stuff during streams, just saying. We have time to teach you stuff. We don't have any like tornado warnings or anything, so. And all the storms, I mean, we've talked about them already. They're moving towards Austin. It's just a matter of time until they arrive. We got some storms popping up near Temple too right now. None of these are tornadic right now, but we got some isolated hail and wind potential with the storms going up near Temple. But the line is going to be the biggest concern. Marlin is southeast of Waco. Oh, now I see it. Storms are like, they're almost spinning in a circle. It's kind of weird. But yeah, Marlin, I mean, I think the risk will be just isolated hail and wind. Plenty of lightning for sure. Got a report in the chat of lightning in Frisco. These storms are producing their fair share of lightning right now, right along the Denton and Tarrant County borders. We have some more photos and videos that you guys have sent in. This is a new photo in Arath County, Texas. This is a very trippy photo. I thought the mailboxes, like the water was up to the mailboxes, but we got some flooding, and everyone has broken windows in the park apparently. So the hail has been very significant out in Arath County, Texas today. Thank you, Michael, for sending this in here. Also have a video from Abilene, Texas, of a very large shelf. And here's a photo from Duranville, Texas, of another shelf cloud this afternoon. And if you guys do have any photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. It is also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. There's no active tornado warnings as of now, and I have somebody saying in the chat there's a tornado in Waco. That is not true. They have a funnel cloud, though, reported not long ago near Temple. There is definitely a possibility that one of these storms will try to latch the boundary and maybe produce a quick funnel or something, but and even the storm near like Salado, for example, like it looks concerning. There's a hook on it, but the outflow boundaries are down to the south. Very low, or at least this one's down to the south. Low chance it'd produce. If this little outflow boundary here, though, gets there, and there might be like a quick spin up tornado potential if that updraft can maintain itself, but I'm not overly confident that's going to happen. I'm in Temple. Looks rough outside. Yeah, there's a lot of storms around you. You're surrounded by storms. Every corner, you're surrounded by something. Hey, Rando for the super chat. What's in store for Wimberley, Texas, near San Marcos? High winds. I think high winds will definitely be the biggest concern. Yeah, straight line wind, the biggest concern for the I-35 corridor. Low threat of large to very large hail, and then the tornado risk is minuscule. That goes for literally anybody along the I-35 corridor. Well, this hit my mom's RV. Oh, that's very descriptive. Your mom's RV could be in California, could be in Texas. I have no clue. That was so descriptive. Hey, private for the super chat. Is there a chance of severe weather tonight for Dilley, Texas? I don't know where Dilley is. Dilly. Dilly said hi. Isn't that Peyton Manning? Dilly. Your mom is safe with me. What? Was the ETA on that food delivery? A while. It's going to be about 30 more minutes at least. We have a camera over there in Colleen. At least I thought we did. Oh, I don't have cameras on. That'd be why. That's what it looks like over in Colleen, Texas right now. Wind is actually picking up as we speak. Severe storms are making their way into Colleen. Conditions are beginning to deteriorate over here. Thank you, Imp, for becoming a member of the channel. What's the timeline for the Android app? Early June is what I've been told. Desktop, probably about a week or two. Maybe sooner than that, though. Thank you, Mike, for the $20 super chat. Learn something new every time I watch. W. Dilley is south of San Antonio. Dilley, or I keep thinking Dilly. Dilley, we're looking at like isolated wind sometime around 10 o'clock or so. Isolated damaging wind threat. Thank you, Tiffany, for the 6 months. I don't know how much, I don't know what the acreage is right now on this storm, but it is a very large fire. I mean, we're talking 3,000 plus acres. I don't know what the new acreage is now. We have a destructive severe thunderstorm warning now in Texas. This is a very slow moving hailstorm that is located west of Huntsville, just north of Highway 30. This will be for Walker and Grimes counties. Goes for another 10 minutes or so. So until 8:30 Central Time, we got baseball-sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds with this northerly moving supercell. It is going to head up towards Madisonville. So if you live in Madisonville, protect your vehicle now. Also, that fire's up to 4,500 acres. Storm Chaser Tornado Pagey is driving through some really strong winds here near La Paz, Texas. Hey, Zelfie for the $10 super chat. What do you think about how there's storms moving into Austin from both north and south? Would that increase our tornado threat? Not necessarily. Good shout to Mike with the 10 gifted memberships. If you got a gifted membership, make sure to thank Mike in the chat. TQ Dilly Bar. They're actually pretty good there. Pastas is getting hit pretty hard, and then Colleen, the wind is very strong with this outflow boundary moving through right now. Just west of Temple. Storms are cool until they hit you. I don't disagree. What got you interested in weather? Literally grew up watching the Weather Channel. Started when I was like 3. Into weather ever since. Got more storms exploding near Florence, Texas. The storm near Bartlett, Texas looks very interesting on radar. Got a little hook that is developed, but no active tornado threat with that. And actually, the velocity is higher up in scale, and this is like way off the ground, and there's really not much rotation there, so Still watching it in case that thing does get going. There's an outflow boundary coming out of the north and west. So once that gets to it, there could be a brief tornado potential south of Temple, but we'll see. Why are we live tonight? We got a big wind and hail threat. We went live for a lot of hail. We had a tornado warning to start today's stream. Haven't had a tornado warning since. We've been live for 3 hours now. I didn't realize it's been that long. But we've been live for 3 hours. We've had a pretty significant day of hail across central Texas, and we have a lot of highly populated areas that are in the near term for these storms.
It's a little hard for me to look at the chat right now.
So we are live with severe weather coverage.
So,
hey, CD for the $5 super chat. Well, Hearn and get the storms. I've been watching the big nimbus clouds grow out in the horizon for hours. I don't know where Hearn is.
Appreciate you guys riding along with us today. Really appreciate.
But most of the storms will be happening in the next 2 to 3 hours. For most of you tuning in, not everybody, but a lot of you.
Appreciate the moderators for doing an amazing job. I know we had a really busy stream today, so we really appreciate it. Thank you to everyone for liking, subscribing, sending super chats, gifts, donations, all the things.
This is live in Lampasas, or Lampasas. I saw some pronunciation in there. Southeast of Waco. So Hearn, yeah, again, the main concern probably in the next hour and a half. The storms are starting to move a little bit faster out of your north.
Yeah, so we'll keep you updated on that.
You have a Wayback Burger near you? I've had Wayback before. I remember it being really mid and overpriced. They don't give you like anything for what you spend.
Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Hey, donut for the super chat. What do you do as a meteorologist when you're not live or filming a forecast?
At least by next weekend, and that looks.
I do a lot, believe it or not. I mean, I literally, at the end of the day, like, I am a meteorologist, and I am working on ways for me to just be a meteorologist and not do all this other crazy stuff. Because, I mean, there is also a business aspect to everything that we do here. Like, I am a business owner as well, running this company. I mean, we have storm chasers. We have 11, chasers that only work with us. We have a team of 3 full-time people right now. That's going to increase a lot, though, over the next, coming months. We're hiring another meteorologist. We're gonna be hiring a developer here soon. So our team's gonna be rapidly expanding. And so, I'm kind of in the midst of running an entire business too. So there's a lot of other stuff that goes on outside of streaming as well. Also off topic from that, but we also have bats now taking off in Round Rock, Texas, as an outflow boundary is coming in. So we got more bats taking off in Round Rock as storms are quickly approaching. We just said watching DoorDash streams. I did watch a DoorDash stream the other night. Hey, praise to the super chat. Lampasas? Is that not what I'm saying? Thought that's what I was saying. It's pretty windy over here in Lampasas.
We sent you.
Got some gusty winds. No longer really severe. The most severe part of the storm's down to their south now.
Subscribe to him. And we will catch you guys on the next stream. Thank you guys again for being here today. Stay safe out there. Stay weather aware. There may be some flooding and severe storms.
Hey, Whiskey for the super chat. Please keep Riley after his graduation. That's the plan.
On your phone or your weather radio. All right.
That's Tornado Pagey over there. We have Storm Chaser Bob Pack, who's over in Temple, Texas. He's bottom left of your screen. Hey, Kirby for the super chat. My lady wants to know how Cheese Curd is, and also thanks for the coverage. Cheese Curd's doing great. Cheese Curd the cat is doing great. Max, you still do hurricane stuff? I do. Yeah, I've accidentally gone to this hurricane overlay like multiple times now. So yes, I actually do hurricanes. Shout out to Megan with the $25 Venmo donation saying happy birthday to Trevor. He's your biggest fan. I have a lot of big fans. You guys can't see it, but I have a big fan above me too. Hey, Grass for the super chat. Thanks you and your team. I appreciate that. Thank you, Cincy, for the $20 super chat saying you're my favorite weather channel. Keep it up from Indiana. And James says, why so serious, bats? Those bats over here near Round Rock, they're about to get plunged to the south. This outflow boundary is going to push all those bats south and west. And then when this other outflow boundary comes in, they're going to get pushed to the south and east. They might end up in your backyard tonight if you live near Bastrop. actually get your Bibles yet? I have not. Not yet. Hey, care for the search chat. Dads don't want to be ashamed or ashamed under bridges. True. Am I excited for hurricane season? I don't get, like, in terms of weather, like my favorite thing to cover is severe weather. I'm not like, hurricanes are kind of my, like, if I like rank things on like what I like covering, severe weather is definitely at the top. Hurricanes are 2, and then winter storms I think would be 3. Max's fan is actually his biggest fan. That is true. We have a new severe warning here. That one's going to be for Williamson, Travis, Burnett, Lano, and as well as Blanco counties for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour damaging winds. This will be approaching Austin in the next hour. We also just got a new destructive severe warning. This is now up to 80-mile-per-hour winds and baseball sized hail. It is a very slowly moving storm to the north in Madison and Walker counties. Walker County is getting pounded right now, and then eventually going into the southern side of Madison County, just outside of Madisonville. This is the most destructive storm that we've had today. So take shelter if you're in this warning. This is a very dangerous storm here. I asked about Keller. Keller, anywhere near DFW is chill, and it's just a lot of lightning right now and rain. Not even really, I don't even know if it's that windy out there. I mean, we might have some wind gusts up to like 20 miles per hour. About it. Hey, James, to the search chat. Will clashing outflows be a concern? It can sometimes, but with how low the wind shear is in this environment today, it's not really that much of a concern. The outflow boundary is still very close to this area of thunderstorms going into Round Rock and Austin, which does make me a little bit more concerned that there could at least be a brief tornado threat here. Yeah, I think it's a very low threat, but not something we can completely ignore with this little cluster of thunderstorms. This little hook over here near Holland just looks so interesting. Outflow boundary is right about here, so we'll see if this is able to spin up at all near Holland, Texas. It is basically stationary, so it won't be moving very fast or moving really anywhere. Hey, cheer for the sewer chat. Cheeseburger Cam Fun, thanks for the coverage. Max and team watching from mid-Michigan. Thank you for tuning in. It has been very windy over in Killeen for the last several minutes. And as I went to that camera, it just went offline.
It's going a little nuts.
This is Bob over in Temple, Texas, which very dark right now. There's really not any lightning currently, at least in the last minute or so. We'll wait and see if that Killeen camera comes back. It's been pretty windy there for the last few minutes. Getting hit pretty hard. Nothing in Temple. Somebody else just said the lightning is insane in Temple. Are we sure it's insane? Bob is in here in Temple. Well, there's a little bit of lightning.
Hail in it. I'm pretty confident it could be 3/4. It could potentially be 1 inch. Because we're talking of an elevation scan of under.
Bob is in Temple and he sees almost nothing. Have we had tornado warnings today? We've had 2. We had one before we went live, and then when we went live, there was a tornado warning. I didn't go live though because of the tornado warning. I went live because of the hail. We went live when the storm got upgraded to 4-inch sized hail. So, hey, Christo for the super chat saying not a ton of wind here in DFW. Got the window open, listening to you in the storms while playing the PlayStation. Appreciate the super chat. Got a new severe warning here just outside of Temple, Texas, near Morgan's Point Resort. We are talking about quarter-sized hail here. Not much of a wind threat with this storm, moving down to the south and east right now. The storm near Holland, Texas, again, looks really interesting. I'm not sure it's going to produce anything tornadic. The only way it would is if that outflow boundary has a positive interaction with this storm. That's the only thing I could see happening. But I find it hard to believe it's going to produce. Bob is now driving through Temple here. That's what it looks like out there in Temple. Does it even hail in South Carolina? It does, but not very frequently.
And please, no one put your flashers on, please.
What causes storms to break up around Waco? Aliens. The alien invasion. UFOs. Come out of the sky. They drop down. You can't see them, but they drop down and they start to shrink the cloud heights. And their little wind turbines start to blow them away from your area. That's why. Where in Temple is this? This is on the west side. It's going to be right,
Go right back into another.
near the Wildflower Country Club.
I think I know where I want to try to get to. There is a Sefco or Casey's, whatever. I think there's one just south.
I know a lot of you guys were, have at least heard about the alien thing, and it is true. Sometimes you get lasers coming out of these radar sites too. They intensify the storms or whatever is out there in the conspiracy theory world. Hey, Great Lakes to the 20-month membership. Looking forward to the Weatherfront app for desktop and Android. I am too. You learn something new every day. I know. Sure do. It'll be interesting to see if this little storm here west of Austin does do anything. Producing a lot of hail right now near Buchanan Dam. Wind is still pretty intense. The outflow boundary is still barely out in front of the storm, so we'll see if it does try to latch at all or anything like that. All right, Riley has an update. Go ahead, Riley.
Hey Max, real quick, I just wanted to talk about the life cycle of these storms throughout the rest of today. So we basically have two different areas of convection. These storms are basically all stalled out over the same areas. And these ones are slowly, they're making their way off to the south-southeast. And this is going to be something we continue to see throughout the rest of today. And one thing that we are still talking about is that slight risk of flash flooding in portions of central Texas. And then a much larger marginal. Honestly, this kind of looks like a bunny now as I look at it in close. I can see the ears and everything. But that slight risk of flash flooding is something that we're going to have to keep an eye on as we continue to see these storms sort of train over the same areas throughout the rest of today. So if your places like Austin, Killeen, College Station, just keep your eye out for any flash flooding. We have seen a few videos today of people driving through floodwaters and stalling their cars out. Don't do that. Your car cannot drive through water unless it has a snorkel on it. And chances are, even if it does have a snorkel on it, you probably shouldn't be driving through floodwaters anyways. And one other thing that we want to talk about is this severe thunderstorm that we do have in portions of Texas. It was a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This was for 2.75-inch hail and 80-mile-per-hour winds. I'm honestly surprised that this warning is not an extremely dangerous situation because both of those are above PDS criteria. Once again, that is this warning for our hail core here, just off to the south of Madisonville, just off to the northwest of Huntsville. That is in Texas. That is going to continue to produce some very large hail, and it's definitely going to be some considerable damage from that thunderstorm as that destructive severe thunderstorm continues over the next few hours. If I'm anywhere in Houston, there's been a few people asking about the tornado threat for Houston. Once again, it does look relatively low. So we hopefully won't see any tornadoes in Houston, but just know that that would occur at some time around like the 2 to 4 a.m. hour if we did see a spit up tornado.
Thank you, Riley, for the update. I'm choking on water. Thank you, Jay, for the super chat saying hi from Salado, Texas. Can I get a shout out for my wife, Cindy? How's it going, Cindy? Big fan for your winter storm coverage. Winter storm coverage is fine for a few streams, but I get really tired of it after like 3 or 4 of them. This winter, by the last winter storm, I think it was the nor'easter, I was just like, man, we need severe weather. Like, I just cannot cover snow this much. I don't know if I could ever handle being like in like I used to live in New Hampshire. I don't know if I can handle covering local weather in the Northeast because a lot of it is literally just covering snow for like half the year. I don't know if I could do that. I'm not a huge fan of covering winter storms. Outside, I like the first few. The first few are fine. There's a lot of excitement too for people, even me, when the first snowstorm happens. You know, it can be fun as long as it's not like a big ice storm in Texas. Like if it's just a bunch of snow, it can be exciting. But anyway, Steven for the super chat.
Hey Max, I have a very important question to ask your stream.
Bro has a question. I thought he was about to ask me a question. Will you marry me? Go ahead.
I am very hungry and need food. Where do I get food?
Where do you guys think Ryan Scholl, the Halinator, gets food? Where's bro even at? Bro's still alive? Bro's over here in Cisco, Texas. Look at the sunset. Beautiful sunset over here. Where do you guys think he goes? Anyway, I don't know if anybody knows anything around Cisco or Eastland, Texas, but he's over that direction. So far, the top 2 are Whataburger and Taco Bell. I'm seeing mostly Whataburgers right now. Hey, Morgan for the $10 super chat. Happy Mother's Day to your mother. I don't know what her name is, but happy Mother's Day.
I mean, Taco Bell's calling my name, man.
I can confirm she's a bigger fan than the one above your head. W. Hey, Pianist of the super chat, you could go to a restaurant. Somebody just super chatted and said you could go to a restaurant. Almost every single person in this chat is saying going to Whataburger, though. I'm not a fan of Whataburger. I went there one time.
I hope.
Then at the next.
Bro's is GPS cutting
Well,
off.
I hope Breckenridge, Texas has a Whataburger.
Bro's going to Breckenridge. Anybody know anything in Breckenridge, Texas? I have quite a bit of people tuning in from Texas right now. Hey, Spotter for the super chat. Love the streams plus everything you and the team does. Do you think anything might come towards Tyler, Texas tonight? I think Tyler will have some storms, but I don't think anything too significantly severe. That severe warning near Madisonville is back down to 60-mile-per-hour winds and $0.5 size tail, so no longer destructive. Jason's Deli? I used to work at a Jason's Deli. Believe it or not. My first job ever. Actually, it wasn't. I think Christmas trees was my first ever job. Selling Christmas trees. No Whataburger in Breckenridge. Sounds like there's no Whataburger in Breckenridge. Hey, Logan, for becoming a member. Max, if you diss Whataburger, I'm unfollowing you. I'm just gonna be honest. Like, I've been there a few times.
Tragic news.
I've been there a few times. It's mid, in my opinion. I don't think it's that special. But granted, that was years ago. The last time I went to one was, I want to say 6 or 7 years ago. 6, 7, you know. So, it's been a while. Is there a Buc-ee's nearby? I have no clue it's in Breckenridge. I don't know if I've ever been to Breckenridge, Texas. Where even is Breckenridge? It's over here somewhere. I know where it is, right here. I don't know what's here. Thomas with the super chat says you look like a Christmas tree guy. What's that even supposed to mean? You look like a Christmas tree guy. I guess, bro. Hey, Logan for the super chat. Nothing in Breckenridge. I'm actually going to look. Breckenridge restaurants. Let's see. Oh, I don't know what Breckenridge that is. Breckenridge, Colorado. So they have a cafe. They have a Soggy Dog Wine and Brew Company. I'm going to tell them to go there. Hey, there's a place called the Soggy Dog Wine and Brew Company. How about that? It's not even open. I don't know why I'm telling them that. That's closed.
I am going to give that a look real quick.
I'm just going to look at it and see it's closed. I just told them a place that's closed. There's a place called Sissy's. We just got a blizzard warning. What? That's Alaska. We got a blizzard warning in Alaska, guys. That sound effect kind of scared me for a second. I thought there was a tornado warning. How about Alfredo's Mexican food? I don't know what else is over here. I'm looking at some random places. You got Ken's Chicken and Fish. Laura's
The
Kitchen.
Doggy Dog place was closed. I'll go look at whatever Mexican restaurants are out there. At the worst case scenario, there is a Sonic.
Oh,
So,
God, Sonic?
I'm set.
Bro, I went to Sonic and got like their meal deal for the Smash Burger thing. It was the worst burger I've ever had in my life. Sonic is actually like gone downhill in my opinion so badly. Like Sonic tater tots, they're mid. They were so greasy the last time I went to. Like I'm not a fan of Sonic anymore. I used to be a big fan when I lived in Texas. I'm not sure if it's different in Texas though. They might be better in Texas, but the one at least that I've gone to, the ones I've gone to have not been that great. Hey Robert for the super chat. When is their food review? Let me look. Probably half an hour from now. I'm still waiting. They're driving now. Finally got my food. Any sun chips for the super chat. Storm west of Marble Falls looks like it's gonna hit Round Rock. It will. Luckily, it's still pretty outflow dominant. We're mainly looking at a damaging wind threat of around 60 miles per hour. Some ping pong ball sized hail probably embedded in this storm. There's a lot of thunderstorms out there. They're not very significant though. I mean, a lot of them are strong, not really severe. But we're still monitoring the situation. We have more bats taking off. Look at the bats take off right here. You can see the bats take off, and some of them hit the outflow boundary and are spreading to the south. It's a big bat cave over here near Cocan, Texas. The velocities actually show them diverging going down south on this little outflow boundary here. Long John Silver's. I've never been there. I've not heard anything that great about it, but I've never been there. Are they actually bats, or is this weather slang? It is definitely bats. Yes, there were bats that took off in Round Rock too. Bats do take off at sunset, and they've taken off everywhere pretty much. This happens on our streams a lot too. I mean, there's bats that took off down here near New Braunfels too. Looks like they're moving east right now. So yeah, there's a lot of bats down here in Texas. We see them on radar every time we're live this late. Max Hall Telemite, 8'7". Any media submissions? I have no clue. Yeah, we do. We have more photos and videos from you guys. Let's check it out. Hey, Brainiac for the super chat. I became a big fan of Quick Trip, 7-Eleven, and Racetrack's food recently. Really? I don't know the last time I went to one of those places. Here's a video from Temple, Texas. Giant shelf cloud there. Hey, Robert for the super chat. There's McDonald's on the west end of Breckenridge. Well, let me tell them that. Breaking news. There's a McDonald's in Breckenridge. Hey, Selfie for the super chat. Out of curiosity, what fast food do you consider or not consider mid, and the thing's actually good?
The best news I've had all day.
The best, in my opinion, the best fast food as of now is Steak and Shake for me. Steak and Shake, Raising Cane's, Dave's Hot Chicken. Those are like the top three probably. Culver's is definitely in the top four. This is out of order, but Culver's is definitely in there. I don't know what would be in the top five. I'm trying to think of another one. This is in San Angelo, Texas. Cool photo there. Might be some I'm missing. It's in Abilene, Texas, of some modest clouds. And broken glass in Stephenville, Texas. Oh, goodness. Got broken glass from the hail over here. Specifically in Dublin. That's not fun. Chipotle is up there too. Taco Bell got expensive. Taco Bell, everything's gotten expensive. If you have any photos and videos, QR codes on your screen. It's also reports.maxvelocitywx.com. Max knows ball? I know. I am the all ball knower. Ball knowledge is immaculate. At this point, all of the storms here near Austin and Round Rock have got outflow dominant. Look at that outflow boundary. This thing's massive. Well out in front of our storms right now. That white line's your outflow boundary. That'll be the leading edge of damaging winds heading into Austin. A good Wendy's always hits. Drop my phone. Yeah, Wendy's is decent sometimes. I haven't had Burger King in the longest time. The last time I got Burger King, I got food poisoning. I think that was what it was. Hey, James with the sewer chat. Termites are in full-blown breeding season in Texas. Bats have a job to do. Valid. We have a new severe warning here from Kinney and Maverick counties. It'll be right along the Mexico border here near Quemedo, north of Eagle Pass. It'll be for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. That storm has rapidly gone up. Got a large line of thunderstorms moving towards San Antonio right now. All of it not severe, but some gusty winds are going to be the main concern. Some small hail as well. Burleson and Washington counties are also under a new severe warning. We have one here that was just issued near Madisonville and Midway for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then this one is for $half sized hail south of Caldwell near Somerville. Very slow moving storm moving to the north. Hey, Nicole for the sewer chat. Oncan, Lampasas, New Braunfels. New Braunfels. I forgot about that. New Braunfels. Hey, Danny for the super chat. Storm Chaser Ryan Scholl, bottom middle of your screen. On his way to, I don't know where, but he's going somewhere to Breckenridge. Hey, Thyla for the sewer chat. My son Levi has autism and absolutely loves your channel. Can you give him a shout out? How's it going, Levi? Hey, Police for the super chat. Living in Colleen here. Are the storms tonight capable of producing tornadoes? Not really. No, the tornado risk is very low for tonight. It's pretty close to zero. There's a 2% tornado risk. We had a 5% tornado risk heading into today. That is no longer existent. It's a very small 2%. So for Colleen, though, we're done with the tornado threat, even if there was one. It's over for you guys. Any tornado threat would be mainly happening near the I-35 corridor over the next hour. I would say the risk is very low once again, but it is not zero. Hey, Salty for the super chat. Should I send more beer and batteries? My brother from another mother in Burnett. Sure. I guess, bro. Hey, Whitney for the super chat. When will bat radar reading tutorials be scheduled? It's not really that hard to even look at it. I mean, we could do like a tutorial for it, but it's actually pretty easy. It happens right around sunset. Just figure out what your sunset is wherever you live. And a lot of the time, I only ever seen it in Texas. I don't usually see it happen in other states, but it's pretty easy to identify on radar. It's just a large... I'm on currently radar loops of 30 minutes. If I go to 60 minutes here, like it's a very large circle that basically just takes off on reflectivity. And then it spreads out. Which when there's weather happening, it can be very interesting to look at. Hey, 1959 for the $20 super chat. Thanks for all you do. Your team spotter from Cantonsville, Maryland. Appreciate you tuning in from Maryland. A report in the chat. It's eerily calm in Leander right now. We are definitely going to see an elevated risk of flooding over near Colleen and Temple here over the next couple hours. These storms are barely moving right now. Actually go over to velocities here. And I want to look at the higher up tilts here just to see. We're pretty much a non-tornadic area of rotation there near Rogers. I say non-tornadic area of rotation. It's not really tornadic winds there near Bartlett. It's a little bit of red and green kind of going against each other there. Hey, RH for the sewer chat. Love the weather coverage. I live in southeastern Iowa. When can we expect severe weather to make a return? Keep up the great work. I think there will be some severe weather by the end of the week. I do think severe weather is going to make quite the return by the end of the week and into the weekend. And I'm not sure if we're going to have a video on that tomorrow or if it'll be on Tuesday. I haven't really decided on that yet. I am going to Disney tomorrow for a day, or that's my plan at least. So I'm probably not going to be around, but I'll at least have a video. If I make a video, it'll be early in the morning anyway. But severe weather will make a return as early as Thursday to the Great Plains. Friday, severe weather may continue across the Midwest and the Southern Plains. More widespread opportunities of severe weather will return by Saturday and Sunday. Could be talking about outbreaks returning. Haven't had very many outbreaks in the last couple of weeks. There's been a lot of significant weather like today and Friday where we had very large hail and even the Mississippi tornado on Wednesday, but those I wouldn't classify as major outbreaks. I mean, we did have a small scale tornado outbreak there on Wednesday in the Mississippi area, but Friday was, I don't even know if it was a severe weather outbreak, just a major hail day. Same thing with today. And then after this, though, we're going to have some much better chances of actual organized, significant severe weather events by next weekend, as our weather pattern is going to get a lot more favorable for severe weather. Looks like it's going to be a very active last 2 weeks of May, but for the next few days, it won't be too crazy. Got a new report coming out of the Burnett, Texas area of ping pong ball sized hail, just out to the Buchanan Lake Village. And we have some gusty winds now making their way into Round Rock and Austin. The hail core has definitely gotten a lot smaller with all the other storms that are developing there. Hayden with the Search Chat says, ever plan to make merch and sell merch? Breaking news, we do have a merch store. It's called shopmaxvelocity.net. This does exist. Got cheese curd merch, we got shame merch, we got all sorts of stuff. Supercell merch. We are going to have 2 million subscriber merch whenever that happens. We're going to have signed hats, I believe, as well. We're working on a design right now. We will have flippity floppity merch, I think, coming too. All in the works. We might even have a new shame line coming here soon. We're kind of I'm not going to say much about it, but we might actually have a new shame merch design coming soon. We have one right now, but we might have a better one coming soon. So stay tuned.
That same night, the oldest one rather.
This large 2-liter of Diet Coke on the ground, it just fell over for some random reason. I didn't even hit it. Is it going to hail in Waxahachie tonight? Probably not. No, I think you guys are chilling up there. Got a couple strong thunderstorms making their way through Plano and Dallas right now. Nothing severe there. Definitely nowhere near severe at all. Some gusty winds. Diet Coke merch, yeah, that's a lawsuit waiting to happen. Hey, Selfie for the Sewer Chat. How is College Station looking for tonight? Also, how's the hail threat looking for North Austin? North Austin hail threat very low. The storms here have become very outflowy, so that the risk of anything here producing anything larger than $0.50 is pretty low for hailstone sizes. Should be mostly wind. Hey, Shawl for the Sewer Chat. Did he eat it all already? I have not gotten it yet. I'm still waiting. I've been waiting for over an hour now. I don't know. It's gonna be cold, I'm pretty sure, by the time it gets here. It's gonna be some cold food. And Chup for the Super Chats. Hashtag SmoothieGate. Barbecue, then get brisket. If I lived in DFW, man, the amount of brisket and just barbecue food I'd be eating right now, I'd probably weigh like 30 pounds more than I do right now. Got a new photo from Maverick over in Rockwall, Texas. This is a new photo that was just sent in of some pretty clouds. Solid. Some of the hail out there, though, over in Stephenville earlier was breaking glass, or specifically in Dublin. It's been some major hail damage over there. Ryan Scholl is a testament to that. His windshield is very heavily damaged. This is from Samantha over in Llano County, Texas. Large shelf cloud and a lot of lightning over the lake here. Beautiful place to be. Got another video from Belton, Texas. This is from some anonymous person showing some overflow in the gutters, spreading onto the driveway, leading probably some localized flooding, and a dartboard. We love darts. That's might be the same dartboard I have. I did have an outdoor dartboard that I used to use, and it looks like the same one. Over in McLennan County from earlier, some modest clouds at the cows. Hopefully those cows are doing all right with all the storms in the vicinity right now. And then here is a video from Waco, Texas, from Manda of some lightning. If you guys have any photos and videos, QR code's on your screen. You can also go to the link on your screen and type it into your browser. Mr. Ryan Scholl has officially terminated his chase. He is going to some food place. I guess we'll figure that out later whenever he gets there. I am really excited. I got some local Mexican food on the way. It's only approximately like, I don't know, 7 minutes out. We're getting closer, guys. We got like 4 or 5 different things to try on stream. We're gonna be trying 5, I think, different things. Got like an entire sampler of stuff. It's gonna be crazy. It's not Taco Bell. That is not local. Not Taco Bell at all. Better than Taco Bell. The hail that we got a week ago in Springfield, Missouri was bad. That was one of the worst hailstorms that I've seen in a while. Oh, that was really bad. Yeah, the Springfield hailstorm's bad. We've had some hailstorms near DFW recently that have been kind of bad. Not in DFW, but outside of it. This storm over here near Midway in Madisonville in Texas has been upgraded again. It's back up to tennis ball sized hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds for Houston, Madison, and Walker counties. If you live here, stay away from windows. Storm is currently tracking to the north right now. It's over I-45 right now, which is probably causing some damage as we speak to vehicles. Anybody caught in the path of this storm is going to be taking a hit from their windshields. I wonder if there's any cameras here. Let's see, near Madisonville. Like there has to be, right? So I-45 north of Houston. Where is Madisonville? On Huntsville. Where's Huntsville? Oh, it's right here. All right, so we're not actually, there might be cameras here. Let's see. All right, so we got a camera here. This is live, the Walker County rest stop. So this is pretty close to where that hail is happening. Here's another video. Not sure if any of these are going to really see anything. This one might be in it. Are we serious? I think what we are looking at here, this is inside of the severe warning here near Madisonville. This camera here, and you can see all the cars slowing down here. The people on the left side of the road, I believe, are stuck behind people that are parked under an overpass. From what I am seeing. That'd be the reason why everybody stopped right there. Sail Corps is going right over the exit at Rocky Ridge Lane. I believe that is Shame, though, on the left. You can see how slowly these other people are going by here on the right side a second ago. I'm guessing there were people parked under the overpass. I would see a camera that's looking directly at it. But yeah, I definitely think there's some level of shame there. Just hard to tell. That hail core is going right over the interstate right now. It's going to go right up into Midway here in a few minutes. Also, this is a live view of that wildfire over in Florida right now. It's a pretty large wildfire. I've been tracking it for a while. It's over 4,000 acres west of Miami. To our knowledge, not impacting many homes, if any. That is a live shot of that still. It's been going for a long time here today. See the flames going up there on the left. That is live, by the way. You have Storm Chaser Bob Pack, who's out there near Temple. Bottom middle of your screen there. How much longer do you think Weatherfront Radar will be ready for everything? I mean, again, the desktop app's going to be coming out, I think, within a week or two. I think it might be pretty soon. Desktop will be coming out publicly here soon. I'm obviously on the beta version of it. And then Android is only a few weeks away as well. So yeah, we're not far from it. Everything being released. And Storm Chasers will also be inside of the iOS app, I believe, this week. And also the location thing. So like submitting your location will be accessible inside of the Weatherfront app as well, probably within the next week or so. We have a new severe warning for Bell and Milam counties here in Texas. That'll be for $half-sized hail. Got storms quickly approaching Austin right now and Round Rock. Most of them are producing 60-mile-per-hour winds, maybe a little bit of hail in there. We're not seeing any sort of rotation or imminent signs of any sort of tornado threat here. Everything is very outflowy, so the risk of anything significant does remain pretty low at this time. Thank you, Jonas, for the $20 super chat. How is Crockett, Texas? Crockett, Texas. Isn't that north of Houston somewhere? Where's Crockett? Right here. Crockett, probably just looking at some storms sometime the next hour or two. I'm not sure if these will make it to you. They're very slow moving to the north, but I would expect later tonight, sometime around 1 in the morning or so, that this line will make it to you. And this will be producing maybe some gusty winds, maybe a damaging wind threat. Everything else should be a low threat. A 6 point for the super chat. What's the color map you're using on Weatherfront? It is not something that's in the iOS or Android app. There is a way, though, you can download it on the Discord server. So join our Discord server. There's a channel for it, and you can download the color tables. I believe they're going to add them, though, into the app here soon, so you won't have to actually download anything, which will be pretty cool. There's a smaller line moving towards San Antonio. Yeah, these are just strong thunderstorms. There's nothing severe with these as of right now, but they are quickly going up. They're going upscale very fast too. I would just say gusty winds the main concern for San Antonio. Got another person in the chat saying awesome light show in Belton. W. Hey, honey, for the super chat. Why is that storm traveling south to north in Madisonville? I feel like that's uncommon. It's a left-moving supercell, and with today's vectors and just the general storm motion of a more elevated thunderstorm like this, it's actually a left-moving storm, which is moving north. This happens a lot in severe weather events, too. This one's moving a little bit more north-northwest. With that said, though, this does happen from time to time. If we go over to a sounding, which you can actually see this inside of the free Weatherfront app, if you download it with the top link in the description below. And so you can see this is a right moving vector, which is what most of the storms are doing near Waco and Austin right now. And then this is a left moving storm, which is going a little bit more to the north-northwest. You can see that at the top left of your screen too. So this will be moving north, this will be moving southeast. Right, with the super chat just said, Taylor, Texas, just put my car in the garage. Thanks, Max. So I'm glad I could help you put your car in your garage. If you live in Austin or Round Rock, I definitely think the main concern here will be damaging wind gusts. I don't see a whole lot of hail anymore, which is good news. There's definitely going to be some spotty hail. Any storms that go up out in front of this line will be producing some large hail, maybe $quarter to $half size. But I do think like the baseball-sized hail threat is almost gone at this point, which is good. Hopefully it stays that way. The only risk that we would run into would be somewhere out here in front of that outflow, which would be talking like north of San Antonio through Austin, College Station, and into Livingston. Will the Weatherfront app be free on desktop? It will. And if you guys do download the iOS app, you can actually activate a 7-day free trial on their advanced mode. Some of the features that I've been showing you are in the advanced mode. Most of the stuff here is free. Some of their like cool satellite tools are in the subscription. You can activate a free trial. This is the 1 minute loop. This is probably one of the coolest things that they have is like the one minute by 1 minute like infrared imagery. Over the last few hours, you just see how these storms were exploding. You also got geocolor over the last several hours. There are a lot of frames to load, so it takes a second, but it's also pretty cool. See the overshooting cloud tops over near Lando, Texas earlier too. Hey, Brandon, for the super chat. That is still a thing. We still have a contest for it. Go to our website. You can submit your design under the news tab. So here's a full-blown loop here. Pretty cool. This is a free thing in the app, by the way. If you have iOS, this will be a free feature for all devices on Weatherfront. Is the geocolor satellite. Really cool evolution near Waco and Killeen. The storm's rolling in here over the last few hours. We'll work on Mac. Mac is coming soon too. Thank you, Medic, for the super chat. Received our merch super fast, and the t-shirts are top notch. They are high quality t-shirts. Our merch, like all across the board, is more high quality product that we use. So like the t-shirts, those are more high quality as well. All right, guys, guess what? My food is here. And Riley is studying. I'm gonna put on bot pack for a second. I'll be back in like 30 seconds.
I caught a glimpse of green over there. Thank you, Jesse. Thank you. That gets me even closer to the $900 bill I had to pay today for the alternator. Hey, every little bit helps. I appreciate you guys. I really do. So that's over $1,000 in vehicle repairs. In 30 days.
This is a lot of food. Oh my god. This is a ton of food. I'm gonna sit down so I don't drop something like large onto the ground. I don't even know what's in every bag here, but we're about to find out. So for those that don't know, I got Mexican food. It's a local place. There's a lot of stuff, let's just say. And so I don't really know what is what here. Oh, I got ice cream? The heck? Oh, I got churros with ice cream. The flippity floppity. How in the world does ice cream not like melt in a DoorDash car? Yeah, so I got like, is that ice cream? Yeah, I got like, I got ice cream. That is some good ice cream. I don't know what ice cream that is, but that's good. I also got churros. I'll try one churro real quick, but I want to actually try the actual food here. Could be whipped cream. It's definitely not whipped cream. I know what cream looks like. All right, let's try a churro. I'm gonna dip it in ice cream. So that sounds honestly kind of good. It is soft. It's actually pretty good. You are living life. I'm living life eating some Mexican food. Honestly, what do you guys think is like the best food? Like the best type of food? I feel like Mexican food's like probably at the top. I don't know what you guys think. Either that or like Italian food, maybe. Like that's like the top two. Italian. A lot of people are saying Italian. There's quite a few Mexican food people in the chat too. All right, so that is the churros. Now we move on to actual food. This is where the ratings come in. All right, so I'd say the dessert. I don't know what I'd rate it. If I had a scale of 0 to or 1 to 10, I'd probably say like 7.5. I don't think it's anything that special, but it is churros. The ice cream's pretty good too. All right, I don't know what this next thing is. I'm opening bag by bag here. This next thing is, I think, the empanadas. Or the enchiladas. I don't know what I got. Oh my goodness, this is actually massive. Bro, what in the world did I get? This is way too much food. I definitely should have never ordered this much food. They probably thought they were feeding a family of 4 with how much stuff I ordered. All right, I don't know what this is. Do we have any clue what this is, guys? Is this the queso that I got with chorizo? I don't know what this is. I think that's queso. All right, that's the queso. All right, we'll save that. I have no room on this desk anymore. There's way too much food here. Save the queso. I got the enchiladas here. This is what they look like. Look at this, guys. Now, how do I eat this is gonna be the question, because there's no way this is finger food. I'm gonna have to literally get my fork and knife out here. No portion control over Max tonight. There is absolutely no portion control out of this. This is the least portion control I think I've ever seen. All right, we're gonna go in for a bite here. This smells actually really good. Yeah, no, these are pretty good. Chicken's good. I did chicken instead of beef. Cheese sauce is good. There's some rice here too. I'd say across the board, like so far, from what I've had so far, this is pretty good. Again, this is just like some small business place. It's not a chain. Support small business, folks. Whenever you can. Small business is very important to support. All right, we got one more thing, I think. Like, this is the biggest bag out of all three, by the way. I don't know what's in here. I think it's a lot of chips, though. I think this is like the chips and salsa. All right, so we got this is the BOGO. So we got BOGO on chips. Bro, they gave me 3 bags of chips. Holy crap. How much chips do I need? Got full-blown bags of chips out here. All right, let's see. Well, first off, they're chips. I don't know if they're anything special, but they're chips. Now, the salsa is going to be a thing that, like, I would say the salsa is a big thing for Mexican restaurants. The one I wanted to get Mexican food from was not open. And so I need to see if this beats it. Because that is hard to beat. I don't know if I can show you guys without tipping this over, but it's salsa, all right? It's red. I like the salsa. It's pretty good. It definitely tastes homemade too. All right, now I'm gonna try this cheese sauce. Gonna need salt. Actually, I don't think I do. No, I think the salt in these chips, like, there's not a whole lot of it, but it's enough. It's actually a good amount. All right, now I'm doing this like the queso with chorizo. That's what this thing is that I just showed you guys. Let me try to dip a chip in here. That's this thing. That is some good queso. This is a lot of food, but everything that I just tried is actually really solid. Like, everything here. So yeah, overall, like, again, just from first trying it, I would say this is like a good 7.5 out of 10. I'd say that other Mexican restaurant is probably like an 8 out of 10, 8.5 out of 10. I'd say it's a little bit better than this, but still pretty good. Granted, some of this was sitting in the car, but I'm not factoring in like the temperature and stuff like that. It's a little bit further away. Hey, Kendrick, for the super chat. You got the end of the night food, so that's why you got 3 bags of chips. Well, actually, it's probably because I had BOGO on the chips and salsa, so I got 2 and then maybe 1 for the queso. I'm guessing that's why. 3 bags is a lot, though. I have a bag of chips on my keyboard, and it was opening random tabs up. Nice. Thank you to Kendrick with the super chat. I just read that. 3 bites. Everybody knows the rules. I mean, I think 1's enough. 1 is enough. There was a lot of food. If there was multiple things, I'd have probably. If it was just one thing, I'd probably only done like 1. You could save them? Yeah. Well, I'm going to Disney tomorrow, so I'll have to save them no matter what. Taking the day off tomorrow. I think we'll have a video tomorrow. I'm not sure yet. I don't know what our video plan is as of right now, but there is a chance we have a video tomorrow. So stay tuned for that. I do have to figure out logistics on that too. Favorite Disney ride? I don't even know anymore. So that Splash Mountain thing in Toronto pretty good. Is there a hook near Georgetown? There's been a couple hooks, but none of them are tornadic. All this activity right now, even near Georgetown, it's all just wind. I'm not sure if they're even going to continue a severe warning into Round Rock and Austin, but if they were, it'll be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Yeah, tomorrow we might have video tomorrow morning, so stay tuned for that. If not, we'll have a video on Tuesday for sure. So make sure you're subscribed to the channel. Click the bell icon so you're notified with the latest updates. Hopefully you guys enjoyed today's stream. Obviously, we don't go live that often for like, I would say today obviously was an enhanced risk of severe weather, but we don't usually go live for lower end tornado days anymore. But I feel like it was worth going live. We've covered a lot of crazy weather here in Texas today, and I know a lot of you guys tune in from here. So, you know, if you are new to the channel, definitely subscribe. I would say, again, if you live in San Antonio, Austin, any other areas tonight, 60-mile-per-hour winds really the main concern from here. Everything's mostly outflow dominant, so the tornado risk is low. But if you need an extra way to receive weather alerts, check out Max Alert. It's where I give you a phone call if you're under a warning. You can sign up for Max Alert on maxalert.net. There's also a link down below. And you can also track these storms inside of the free Weatherfront app. You can download it with the top link in the description below. Got live radar and all sorts of other cool things in the app, like satellite.
This is going to be.
So if you guys want to check out Weatherfront, check it out. Top link in the description, and feel free to sign up for that little free trial with their subscription, because it gives you a lot more cool features as well. Completely free to sign up for the 7-day free trial. You can try out all the other features in the app as well. Other than that, though, I'm going to wind down the stream. We'll redirect you to the 24/7 live weather channel. It's our More Max Velocity channel. It's 24/7 live radar, storm chasers, cameras, all that cool stuff. So if you want to check that out, stay on the stream and you'll be redirected. Subscribe to that channel while you're over there, because we're going to have a documentary video on Kankakee coming on there pretty soon. So yeah, thank you guys all again so much for watching. I'm going to eat all this Mexican food because I'm hungry. We'll see you guys all again in the next one. Have a great night. Next live stream probably sometime late this week or the weekend. We're going to have a lot more severe weather coming, so stay tuned for that. And we'll see you guys all again in the next one.